wrong places. In fact, I was not looking at all. Say something stupid like it's presented. It's up to me. I can't look away. And why do I always have to dig myself out of this mess? Everything I do brings such destruction and chaos. In my mind, I can't clear my thoughts. So I pull over on the side of the highway. Deep inhale, close my eyes, count to 5. And why do I always have to dig myself out of this mess? And why do I always have to dig myself out? And why do I always have to dig myself out of this fucking mess? Needed something new, but looking in the wrong places. In fact, I was not looking at all.
Oh my god. He has a face. Oh my god. Wow. He has a face. Where'd the face come from? And I'm a cat. Everyone? April Fools. Oh. Fuck. I hit the wrong button. April Fools. Hi. This is gonna be a little joke for today. I'm gonna be a cat and have a face. The two opposite things that I'm known for. Alright. Oh my god, I'm so short. I'm so short. Look at me up out here. Hello? 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 It's so funny. Damn, I have to like actually lift myself. Hello. Alright. Hang on. Let me... Oh, I do not want to make myself bigger. Hang on. What the fuck's the button? That's not it. There we go. I rise. Am I in a good spot? I'm just afraid of covering the UI. That's what I'm afraid of. But I think we're good. Hey, oh, where's my hand? Guys, look at my paws. Look at my paws. Look at my paws. Look at my big fucking bappers. I got bappers. Hello. Alright. I'm gonna... Let's get started. Ah, the audio's delayed. We love scuff. There we go. Alright. Good balance of difficulty. Combat has aim assistance disabled. Enemies have normal health and damage. Seasoned Raider. Challenging experience. Excuse me. Combat health regen is only available outside of combat. Enemies have increased health and damage. Excuse me. Oh god. I had a seltzer water earlier and it's coming back to haunt me. I'm tempted on doing Seasoned Raider, but I don't feel like the control. Should I? Should I challenge myself? Hmm. Seasoned raider? I am seasoned. I did play the first game. Although I don't know how different the mechanics are from this game to the next. Um, I might. So we might have like a. You know what? Let's just try it. Fuck it. I haven't really picked hard mode in any of these single player games in a while. I might as well. Let's pick this one.
What makes someone reach beyond the boundaries of human experience to face the unknown? As children, we question the world around us. We learn, we accept, and gradually we lose our capacity for wonder. But some do not. The explorers, the seekers of truth. It is these pioneers who define the future of mankind.
The others, they're done. No amount of money's gonna get them through those mountains.
The lost city's up there, somewhere.
That's gonna be a hell of a climb.
I'm not turning back.
I know.
You should stay here with them.
Not a chance.
Jonah's back. He was in the first game. I like Jonah. He's cool.
You're almost there. Wait till you see this view, Lara. Take my hand.
Thanks. Look at that.
It's amazing. But the snow coming off those peaks is a bad sign.
The trail leads up the mountain. We'll have a good view of the valley beyond from the summit.
All right. Let's take it easy here. This wind is crazy.
We just need to keep moving.
This looks
Hey.
beautiful.
Even if we don't find anything up here, your dad would be proud.
I know, but I have a good feeling about this. Oh, shit!
You okay?
Lost my footing. I'm fine.
Laura!
That was close.
Laura! Are you all right?
Jonah! I'm here!
I'll climb down there and get you.
No! It's too dangerous! I can climb back up!
Are you sure?
Just stay put!
I have to hold E? I don't. Okay. I'm glad they kept this. I like this.
I need to jump across!
Yeah. Okay. Now grab my hand. Got you. Shit, Laura. You're gonna give me a heart attack. Are you okay?
Yeah. Come on.
Looks like we gotta go through. Not bad.
Crimson. Oh
If
my
the weather
god.
turns, we can hole up in this cave. Do you really think we'll find this lost city?
Is that Crimson or is
I
that
know this is a long shot,
or is that
but
a
that old
puppy?
tracker said he saw ruins up in these mountains.
Hmm. Good to see you. Hello. That giggle though, listen. Oh, I'm way too low. I'm down here. Oh, hello.
I guess if I was gonna hide a lost city, this might be the
Hang on.
kind of godforsaken
There we go.
place I'd do it.
You became my height. You can be taller. I just need to lift you up. It's easy.
I just hope Trinity hasn't beaten us to it.
Storm's getting closer. We have a couple hours at most.
It's my frame rate.
Should be
Oh, my
enough
frame rate's
time.
good.
We're almost to the top.
Oh, thank you.
What do you think?
We're close to something, Jonah. I can feel it. Just this last stretch to the top.
All right. Let's see what's up there. Feels pretty solid here, but keep close to the wall.
Okay. Looks like we climb from here.
Keep your eyes open for falling ice.
Right. You ready?
Let's do it!
But yeah, hi Crimson. How goes Baldur's Gate? I'm assuming you're still playing.
Lots of some sights up here.
Let's take it slow and steady. Just stay with me.
Look out!
Oh, shit.
Cal?
That was close!
Is that the Cal Meister? The Cal Cool? What this be Tomb Raider. Tomb Raider 2. Sequel to Tomb Raider 2016. See. Replaying RE4 RE. Oh, nice!
Jonah! Hold on!
I still haven't played
I'm going to dig in.
the RE4
Can you make it
remake.
across?
I can make it!
That's on my list. Thinking hopefully when I
shit!
I can get it on
I
sale.
don't think I can make that jump.
Stay there! I'll anchor a line for you at the top.
All right.
Actually, I
I'll give
haven't
you
played
some slack.
RE3. I never played the third remake. I only have RE2. But I played regular RE4 for the
Almost
first
there,
time
Laura.
on
You got
stream
it.
like a few months ago. And I've already played through the rest of the series. Hello? Oh. Oh. I failed the QTE! I was confused. It's okay. But yeah, how goes the RE4? Hopefully well. Did you ever play the original? I like the original a lot.
Jonah! We made it! I see the ruins! Oh god.
I got you. Laura, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I'm gonna pull you back up. Oh, fuck!
There! Over there! Quick! Swing me to the other side!
Okay, here goes.
Yes. I'm out of reach.
No! No! Laura, I can't hold you. The rope is slipping. Come on, fine.
Wait, I thought we were tied together. What happened to the rope? Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, thank you for the head pats earlier. Also, hi. This is my April Fool's skin. I'm a cat and I have a face. Hello. Meow. Meow meow. Meow meow meow. Meow meow meow. Look at my paws. I got big claws.
It is the greatest cruelty of life that we're all too swiftly taken from it. We age, we decay, we die. But what do we leave behind? Bones? Dust? What of the soul? Does it endure beyond our earthly existence? I believe it does. A truth lies at the heart of many myths and stories. A truth not of science, but something more profound. The key to unlocking everlasting life. I may have found the next piece to the puzzle, but I'm not alone in this search. They're following me, watching my every step. I know them by name now. Trinity. An ancient, violent sect with designs on controlling the future of humanity. I must proceed carefully for the sake of my family. If anything were to ever happen to Lara or Anna, I could never forgive myself.
It's me. Hannah! Oh, God. I'm so sorry. What are you doing here?
I saw the gutter press was attacking you again. I thought you could use some company.
More lies. Were you followed?
Followed? Of course not. What's going on?
I think I found the tomb.
Oh, you can't be serious.
The myth of the Prophet is real. Dad was right.
Lara, your father was unwell.
No, he was close to a great discovery, tangible evidence of the immortal soul.
I loved Richard. I would have married him if he'd asked. But he was a broken man. I don't want to see you end up like him.
But Anna, he was right. It was everyone else who was wrong. The tomb's in Syria.
Syria? Oh God, Laura, no. This is madness. Get your life sorted. Go home to the manor.
You know I can't go back there.
But this obsession ruined your father.
I saw something. Something I can't explain. Now I understand what Dad was going through.
It's all fairy tales. Nonsense. Don't go down this road. You know where it leads.
It's the only thing that makes sense to me now. I'm going to find the Prophet's tomb, Anna.
Was Anna in the first game? I don't think so.
Hey, we're heading into a war zone now. We better be sure about this.
We're close. There should be an oasis in the canyon just ahead.
You're wasting your time. There's nothing out here.
Just keep driving, please.
It's your money.
Something isn't right.
Oh, that's just local militia.
You told someone, didn't you?
They paid better than you. Shit! They weren't supposed to shoot at us!
Get us out of here!
Shit! No!
No turning back. It has to be here. There was something in Dad's research about this.
It was said the Prophet's tomb was hidden in the cliffs above one of the forgotten cities. Legend speaks of an oasis where the Prophet was laid to rest.
Something's here. A religious icon, detailed and inlaid with gems. It looks Byzantine, perhaps 10th century. It fits with the legend of the Prophet.
Annie.
Could this really be it? Incredible. Some kind of marker. I can't quite make out the translation, but this word. Prophet. This is it. is shown here performing healing miracles. Dad's notes mention this.
We looking for Jesus Christ?
These are the miracles of the Prophet of Constantinople, unjustly murdered by order of Trinity. It's the Prophet, speaking with a foreign army. He convinced them to lay down their weapons.
You can now translate level 1 Greek. That's so funny.
He led his followers through the desert, to the oasis.
Leveling up my language like this is Duolingo.
A secret entrance. It's amazing. If only Dad could have seen this.
Scramble midship flat walls. Oh, I see. Uh-oh. Oh! Oops.
They're already here. Got to get inside.
Oh, I did not mean it. Oops.
The Order of Trinity pursued the Prophet and his people relentlessly until finally confronting them in their hidden oasis.
Damn it. Come on. There was a battle here. Armed soldiers against religious pilgrims. The Order of Trinity.
My son, the Order of Trinity has received word that the Prophet's followers are building a great tomb at an oasis outside Berea. But more upsetting, While we thought they were building the tomb for their prophet, Trinity now believes he still lives. We have learned he is preaching his heresy among the local citizens, drawing more to him daily with his tales of how he conquered death. He is a liar and a heretic, claiming miracles that come only from the divine. You swore he was dead. Have you failed us?
The Prophet, slain by the Order of Trinity. Damn it. That was too close. They're blasting their way in. Let's hope this works.
And now I float. Grab this. Can't grab this. Nope, can't grab it.
Stunning. We made it, Dad.
There's no extra treasure. Can I grab that? No. No. This game looks so pretty. And my frame rate is perfect. More than perfect.
Got to find a way to get up higher. Maybe I can raise the water.
Oh.
inside.
Oh shit. Oh. Can I walk around that? No. Water. Not enough water. Water. Can I just... Gold? Ancient coins to return for upgrades. Cool. Oh no, wait.
Found you. Empty. It's empty. No. No. What did I miss?
Hey, it's down here!
It's Umbrella.
Set the charges!
The Prophet's tomb. After all this time.
And the artifact?
Inside, God willing. Open it. Carefully. It could be extremely dangerous.
Who the hell are you?
You're a smart woman. I suspect you already know.
Trinity.
Where is the artifact?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Don't play games with me! You led us to this place.
Look, it was empty when I got here. There was no body and definitely no artifact. Jonah!
Lara,
There's so much I need to tell you. I don't...
did you find the Prophet's tomb?
Yes, but I was followed.
What? By who?
They call themselves Trinity. They tried to kill me.
What the hell is going on here? You're starting to scare me.
The tomb was empty, but I think they were looking for the divine source.
The artifact your father was after?
There's more. I found this symbol in the tomb. I knew I'd seen it before. It was driving me insane. That's when it hit me. I saw it here, in one of Dad's books. Listen to this. The lost city of Kitezh, said to have disappeared in Siberia sometime in the 12th century. Legend says that on the eve of the invasion by the Mongol horde, it sunk beneath a lake.
What does this have to do with the Prophet's artifact?
The same symbol.
Lara,
If the divine source is hidden in the ruins of Kitezh, waiting to be found, then I have to go.
to Siberia? Are you kidding me?
Just think. If this thing could really unlock the secret of immortality, it would change everything. Sickness, suffering, death, gone.
Are you listening to yourself?
Jonah, we've been through so much together. You know there's more out there. This could be real.
I don't care if it's real. I've lost too many friends. I don't want to lose you too.
Dad never made the connection to Kitezh. He gave up everything for this.
Including you. Stop blaming yourself for what happened. He made his own bed.
I can't give up on him. Not now. It's all I have.
No, it isn't! If you stayed still for 5 minutes, maybe you'd see that.
Damn.
Jonah?
Lara! Holy shit!
Stop! Drop the book!
You can't stop us!
Shit, Lara. What are we gonna do?
I led them to it, Jonah. If the divine source is real, we've got to find it first.
Siberia it is, then.
Loving the setup for this.
Lara, are you there? I made it to shelter.
Jonah? Jonah, if you can hear me, go back. Please don't try to find me. I need to do this alone. Got to find shelter.
hydrate. Okay.
Keep moving. Come on. You can do this. Move.
Good boys need to hydrate. Oh, so you must be very hydrated then.
An old camp. Okay. Got to start a fire.
Sticks. If Pepsi counts, then sure.
Okay. This might work.
It's. I
Not enough
suppose
to
that's better than nothing.
Last the night. Need to gather more. Dry enough to burn. I hope. Fresh kill. No meat, but back to camp.
Thank you for the headphones. Oh, that. Because I'm on a different model, the head pads are like slightly misaligned.
Move, damn it.
That's alright. I still appreciate the sentiment. Is that the tattoo you showed me on your arm? Yeah. Let me see if I can show the other one.
Men are scouring the ruins of the mountain.
Have the other one here too.
If the artifact is here, we'll find it.
And what of the remnant?
They continue to resist us, but we'll have the situation in hand soon enough.
Good. Trinity has faith in you.
Trinity.
Nice. Yeah, I have it on my skull log model too.
Going to need a stronger bow. I wish this pain wasn't so familiar. Like looking an old enemy in the eye. It wants to take me down. It wants me to just lie down and die. But I won't. I can't. There's something here. There must be, or Trinity wouldn't be in this snowy hell. I just hope that Jonah is okay. That he found a way back. I just couldn't risk having him with me. Not again. The pain of losing him, that would be too much to bear. This is my path, and mine alone.
Multiple weapons at the same time. Oh, the outfits give bonuses. Non-predatory. Scary. I might not use these. Can I change the color? No. Right, there is one outfit I want to see. Oh, I could scroll. Oh, shit. whiteout jacket. Blue Henley. I'm assuming that's just a t-shirt, right? Mm-hmm. Remnant ad for inspired by Byzantine heritage. Manual healing is a chance to patch with a t-shirt. Spirit Weaver. I never played Tomb Raider 3. I don't know where this is from. There was one outfit that I saw that had like a cool mask. Is that not something I can pick? No, I don't think so. Red or white? I'll keep the red. Scavenging. Survivor. Alright, this is dependent if I'm going to be crafting a lot. Red is good, yeah. Oh, arrow retriever, what? A chance of recovering arrows when looting enemies with a kill. Yeah, why would I not? Just in case. Take less damage. It takes significantly less damage. What is that? Paper? Paper, wooden, leather. Oh, wait. Cloth. Damn, there's a lot of resources. Oh, that's so cool. They're actually like things on her character model. Yeah, she gets like a bandolier. That's cool. That's actually really cool. Arrows. Yeah. Okay. All right. Do I have a map? No. Fuck. Wait, I can kill the bird. That missed? There we go. Not the Bambi. I have to. I'm sorry. Yeah, I need to learn to just let go. Oh, bunny. I'm sorry. Damn it. I'm really bad at this.
These ruins here. Mongolian. Trinity. They're here.
Command, do you copy? Oh, shit!
Oh shit. What the hell was that?
What do you mean, what was that? That was a bear. I got bears now? I'm so bad at this. Can I at least get my arrows back from the floor? No. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Oh wait, there's goodies. Wood. That was a nice shade of red. It was. It was a nice shade of red. Sorry. So that's where I'm supposed to go. Jesus, it looks like it doesn't even look like it's a flare. It looks like it's summoning demons over there. Wait, I want the cash. Oh, what's this?
These characters look Mongolian, but I can't read what it says.
I need to level up my Mongolian. Open Duolingo. I'm being summoned. The Crimson. He is being summoned. There's a cave over here.
No way to pull that down yet.
Yeah, but there was a cave over here, and there's this ledge. Where does this take me? Oh. Okay. Oh, there is something over there. Oh wait, give me that. I'm gonna hold off. Two more caches. Oh, wait. There is a cache. I'm sorry. What? Alright. Hold left mouse to craft arrows. Oh. But it seems a little wonky in this game. I think I just need to level it up. The accuracy isn't really on on target. Probably get like a better string. How do I get down? Oh. Is that a map? How do I open the map? Tap. This documents and a relic. What do the relics get me? Okay. Wait, there's missions. Okay, that's it. Oh, wop. Oh, wop. That's you with your Pepsi.
A crown from one of the princes of Kiev.
It's my crown.
How did it come to be all the way out here?
It's the part where I would toggle on the crown for my character, but I don't have one. Oh. I mean, you are a king. I'm glad somebody knows.
Survey team, this is Overwatch. Please respond. Survey team, please respond. We got some...
Oh. Run from the bear. Oh, I fucked up. Jesus. Now the player wants to go down? Yeah. It just needed to defy gravity for a few minutes. Wait. Oh my god! This bear attack reminds me of the time me and my dad.
Lara, refusing to use the door again, I see?
But it's faster this way, Dad.
Come here, you little monkey.
Are you going on another adventure?
Yes, my greatest one yet.
Well, I've decided that I should be your assistant.
Oh, have you? Well, there's no one I'd rather have by my side. But this business, it's too dangerous. Lara, listen to me. Someday, you're going to make such a mark on this world. You're going to make me so proud. Give me a moment, darling. I need to take this.
got to bind this wound. Those leaves should stem the bleeding. Need some kind of bandage.
Yeah, cloth. No. Leaves.
An abandoned Cold War installation. What the hell is Trinity doing down there?
Shadow Moses.
Good enough. More Mongol ruins. It looks like the path goes all the way through. Got to get past that bear. Those mushrooms, they're death caps. I should be able to make a poison.
Can I climb up this? Yes. Oop. Just tame the bear and use it to kill your enemies. Or this were this a different kind of bear, I would say we instead try to charm it. Is the bear wandering around here? No, I don't think the bear's here. Current objective. This way. Mushroom. 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 Oh.
I have learned all I can from the carnage inside the Prophet's tomb. My brothers were slain, to the last man, sometime within the last few days. The false Prophet's followers died here by the hundreds, but in the end, they were victorious. I have...
Mm-hmm. I can't go here. Now you have a nose for me to boop. Oh no! I'm boopable! How could I have allowed myself to become vulnerable? Where am I going? This way, right? Yes. Oh, the thing.
Might be able to make something with all this. Should head back to camp and try.
Can I? Yes, I can. feathers. Shoot nests out of trees to obtain feathers. Ah. Hello, bunny. I should be killing these animals, but my bow is very bad. Press my accurate dual. Maybe attack combos and knockdown. Okay.
Need to rest. So cold. So tired.
EP time.
No, you listen to me. This discovery is too important. I don't give a damn about my reputation. Don't you dare threaten me. After everything I've done? Hello? Hello?
Dad, what's happening?
They're fools!
You're scaring me.
I'm close, Lara. Close to something important. Someday, you'll understand.
I don't want to understand. I just want you to stop. Be my dad again.
Keep moving! Come on, we got him! Keep running! Go! Run her down!
All teams report in. What's the situation? Over.
We found another camp up here. Fire was still warm. They can't be far. Over.
Niggas out. Give me your gun. Why don't I get his gun?
Command, we're fanning out to pick up the trail.
Roger that, but it looks like they've retreated. Primary objective is to find a missing survey.
Oh, wrong one. Also, Crimson, I hear you wooing in my chat. That's gonna add to your debt. Don't think I've forgotten about the fee. Anyone who woos in my chat accumulates a fee. Wrap string. Wrap the arrows tinier. Knock decreases finger tension. Hold for additional time. Is there an accuracy thing? Draw speed. No, this is all just draw speed. No, this is hold time. Sure, I'll get. How many hugs is it now? I should really have that picture on hand. I don't have it on hand. I believe it's 350. There we go. That way.
Shit. Spread the word. The natives set snares in the clearing. They must have planned for us to pursue. God damn it. They weren't retreating. This was a feint. They're still out there.
I'm gonna kill you.
Bring it.
Insane that I don't get his gun. Credits are earned for exploration. Use credits to purchase card packs in the marketplace. What the fuck? Marketplace? Huh? You're telling he's about to go nuts? I'm merely collecting what is due. What marketplace are you talking about? Oh my god, I have levels for Mongolian, Greek, and Russian. I need to put my phone on silent. I hear that. I just hear my phone buzzing off like crazy. Oh shit.
Get on the radio and see if you can raise the facility. Last signal we got said they were under attack, then nothing. It was just a few minutes after the natives hit us outside the ruins.
Then they retreated away from the facility. This was a coordinated feint. They're trying to spread us out. Until crew fuck this up, these aren't peasants.
Yeah, these are guerrilla tactics. They knew to go straight for the comms array as soon as we showed up.
Shit. We're gonna need counterinsurgency protocols. It'll blow the timetable. Constantine's not gonna... Oh!
Insane that guy didn't see me. Sure, I'll take it, I guess. I'm gonna kill you. I'm killing you. I'm gonna kill you. Okay, that's like 80 or so hugs. Excellent.
We're gearing up. I was on the first flight to Siberia to secure the old Soviet installation now. More are arriving every minute. Konstantin gave a speech to the new boots, and I stayed in the back to watch. Love hearing him speak.
Hey, yo.
Never gets old. I was never much for believing, but it was just words before. This is something more. It's truth.
Okay. Gas? Throw. I'm gonna kill you.
Teams, keep your eyes open.
I want to get another tattoo. Me too. It's been a few years. I also been meaning to touch up the red one, because it kind of faded in a way that I don't like, and some of the lines could use some work.
there.
This is where the bear lives. How do I switch arrows? Press middle mouse. Oh shit! I thought I would have to hold it. Isn't red like hard to get with tattoos? Yeah. Super. That's why I want to redo it. It's starting to look a little pink. And I try to like I don't know how to describe it. Some of it looks more red than the other, and it's not even.
Better to draw it out.
Oh hi.
In time.
Oh wait, do I have to fill it with arrows while it's like coughing? Oh, I'm out of poison arrows. How do I make more? Can't make more. Oh shit. No. What the fuck? What the fuck? I don't think I'm supposed to fight you. Or I'm a dodge god. Oh, I'm a dodge god. That bear just dashed. Yo, he really actually did. Didn't even dash. I want to see that again. He like zoomed around. Gift packs. I did see in the main menu that I got a bunch of cards for having the DLC, but I don't know what that's about. Oh.
The Prophet and his followers.
Mm-hmm. Semi-auto pistol part. Power and strong versus the upgrade one in an upgrade tender. Nice. Oh.
Damn it.
All these people you kill have guns, but now you gotta build one. Yeah.
The fugitive prophet is.
Love video games. Although I think those parts are just for upgrades. Even though I did kill like multiple guys with like rifles and pistols back there, but point still stands. Oh, there's nothing even back here. That just leads me back. Okay.
Shit. That's gonna be cold. An arrowhead carved from bone. This looks like Mongol craftsmanship. This was a whistling arrow. Mongol archers would fire these over their enemies to frighten and confuse them.
I don't know, if you zoomed in, you get more dialogue. Now I know. Wait, I missed something back there.
A paisa, a sort of passport. Whoever held this spoke with the authority of the Mongol Empire. It reads, "By the power of eternal heaven and order of the Empire, whoever does not show respect will be guilty of an offense."
I never got the extra dialogue for the crown. I can translate level 1 Mongolian. How dare you? Let's play design faster and the gaps improving leverage. Increase prying speed. Okay. What do I need for these? I need leather. I need to actually kill more animals. That "how dare you" sounded so sincere. Listen, you come into my chat, boop my nose. Increase the steady time from air charge shots. Animals close 5.6. Let's see this. Enemies killed or knocked out from crafted handheld objects yield more XP. Would it make more sense to go for the XP perks for the early game? That way I can get more later. I think so. Let's keep the stealth on the resource. Although I do like the one for crafting bombs. I'm gonna do this. I have almost 250 hours in Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah, that sounds about on par with average Baldur's Gate hours. I know people who have like 300 and they still haven't beaten the game. Wait, is there something down? I have a friend who has 700. Damn. Let's go to the optional tomb nearby. That's not what I wanted to do. That's not what I want to do. Oh, fuck. Wonderful.
A Byzantine war galley. How the hell did it get down here? It's Mongolian. They passed through here. I must be close to the lost city. Must be something up there.
Everything's Mongolian. Yep. Well, there's some Pokemon Muskrat. Oh, yeah. There's some Russian things.
The Maria Adula is trapped. The ice gave way. Her spine snapped in two. No matter.
Okay. In Greek. That's supposed to be icy. I think so. Come on. Just walk, Laura. I see. Wait. Wait. Yeah. Can I go up now? What are going over there? I think I'm supposed to climb on those shields. Can I? Yes. Can't even reach the shields, actually. No, I don't think so. There's no ranch talkies or a thing. Ah, I did not. That's... I would try it. I like ranch, and I like talkies. I have talkies downstairs, actually. I got talkies in my kitchen. Oh, I did not see this. Oh, I think I know. Okay. I gotta lower this. It's a mid-flavor, as the children say these days.
Now to find out what's up there.
Yeah, I don't really think ranch is a very popular flavor in chips, is it? The only thing I can think of is like... Actually, no, I I almost never see ranched ships like anyway, so... I guess it's for whoever likes ranched ships. I was thinking of sour cream and onion, that's the more popular one. Sour cream's good, I like sour cream.
Look at all this. Why were they carrying so much wealth with them? This codex details the archery techniques of the foes of the Byzantine Empire.
Ancient abilities. Quickly shoot 2 successful. Rapid fire arrows. May rapid fire arrows after quickly pressing and releasing left mouse after an arrow's first shot. Did I just get burst fire on my bow? Doritos jacked ranch dipped hot wings was my stuff. Sad they discontinued. I didn't even know Doritos had a ranch flavor. Oh wait, what am I talking about? They have Cool Ranch. Dude, I love Cool Ranch. All that just to read a text explaining how to use a bow better. Yeah.
He's passed through the lands of the Rus.
He's passed through the lands of the Rus. Shadow Moses.
I'm not your enemy.
That remains to be seen. You killed those men back there.
I killed them to survive. I suspect you did too. How long have they been here?
Days, at most. The invaders took many of my people prisoner. You should leave this place before it's too late.
I can't do that. I came here for something important.
So did they. If I see you again, I'll put an arrow in your throat.
You and I are on the same side. I hope I can prove that to you. What's going on down there? Who? So, there are people who live out here, and they appear to have been here for a very long time, living in isolation for decades, maybe even centuries. I notice elements of her dress, small adornments that would not have been out of place in the Byzantine Empire. Could they possibly be descendants of the Prophet's people? How much do they know about the Lost City or the Divine Source? It's clear Trinity will do anything to find out.
Laura discovers native people. You. Require your skin. Fuck, I'm sorry. Damn it. Hang on. How did I miss? He was standing still. Seriously? My God. Door. Nothing else here. Okay. Oh wait. Oh, that's how I go back. Okay. That never happened. You guys didn't say anything. Also, yeah. I gotta set up for my chair. So I see another one.
Nothing I can do for him now.
All units. First day in Siberia, and it happens. 2 years in Afghanistan and another in Indonesia, nothing. But one day out here on the ice, and pop, I get a kill. Watch the man's eyes go glassy as he begged me for something. Not Russian, no clue. I waited with him.
Okay, that's just...
Got word. Constantine is on his way down from the prison. We need to get this mess in order before he arrives.
I'm gonna kill you.
Hey.
Never seen anything like that. Crazy son of a bitch. Rushing 3 armed men with an axe?
I don't know how they managed to take one of them alive.
Who the hell are these people?
Initial recon. Hold up. Gonna check it.
Watch your back.
Hold on. Something's up.
It's your life. How do they not see you arc that bottle? Video games. Love me some good old video games. Oh, wait.
There's more of them arriving.
Until we get someone out here to shut that pump off, I want those crates as far away from the fire as possible. Double time. There's ammo in there, and we can't afford to lose it.
Menacingly!
Haven't heard the shots for a few minutes now. I think we're in the clear.
Don't count on it. Stay alert until we get the comms reestablished at the prison. We're on our own out here.
That was Constantine, John. What the hell is he doing down here?
Not for me to say. We took one of the natives alive to question him, but it cost us 3 men. I'm guessing Command wants to know.
Constantine expects more from us.
Fuck!
Gun incoming! Got a man down! You're dead!
Ow! Come here. How do I melee? It's alright, it worked out. I got greedy. I thought I could get away with that. Oh, could I have thrown this? Oh, that would have been helpful. pistol. Thank you, video game, for showing me there was an enemy. Computer. Hack into the systems. Can I not use this? No. Oh, great. I got alarms blaring, and there's dudes with guns everywhere, but Laura just won't pick up a weapon.
I know I've taken some...
Uh-huh. Maybe it's a statement. It's a fashion statement. I'm here to look cool. Where? Semi-auto pistol part. Do I actually have to assemble these guns? Hang on. Maybe I'm crazy. Are those not upgrade parts, and those are actual, like, weapon parts themselves? Because I think the first game had, like, the first game had, like, weapon upgrades that you could find. I'm assuming that's what this is, but maybe not. I actually have to find and make my own gun. I fucked up. Oh, I lived. She's got to limit herself, so it's a fair fight. True. She's just holding back. I never understood why she can't grab theirs. Video games. We must adhere to the developers' ideas. Oh. Fire. Video games.
Shoot him. He'll talk or he'll bleed out.
Gun! Rat! That rat skin.
They'll all die slow. Watch. You have one fucking chance right now. Tell us everything. Where are the rest of your people? You may have knocked out a few fuel tanks, but that won't even...
Yeah, dude just took 3 shots. No. Yes.
The Red Army is coming.
That's an old paper.
Adios, Dios. Adios, Profetes. Adios, Athenotas. Iles animas.
Oh, I'm like, who's talking?
Kyrie eleison. Profetes eles. Kyrie. They have him.
Why are you in the wall?
Prison. Got it.
Oh no. No, no, no.
Okay. Oh. Does if you live where Eldred. Where Eldred? He mistyped. Get him.
How's it looking? Nah, I'm not sure I can stop the leak. This doesn't work.
Let's crimp the pipe so we get a new valve. Not sure we'll be able to find spare parts out here.
I left you in charge here.
Yes, sir. But we didn't expect such heavy resistance.
You were to be my eyes. I expected you to see.
Kiss him.
You must know what is at stake with this operation.
Yes, but no. No.
You don't?
No.
How could someone like you? Go easy. Go easy. Don't fear the suffering. Our goal is within reach, but we must be vigilant. If we succeed here, a new world awaits. One of our own making.
Constantine, you're needed back at the prison right away. We've got a captive who might know something about the artifact.
Remain faithful. We will share in the glory of the divine source.
Oh God, please. What do we do with him? Nobody touch him.
Looks like we got another fuel leak.
What the hell happened? This thing is 50
Still haven't-
years old. That looks like a valve thing.
All right, let's get it shut. We can't afford to lose any more after that attack.
Okay, I got this. Hold that part steady. Just need some more leverage. Damn it. Cover us.
I'm gonna kill you.
Not seeing it.
Give me that bottle.
I think I heard something. I'll take a look. Roger that.
Why did that only get one of you?
We're under it! Someone
My eyes. Help me.
I'm sorry. Anything else here? No. Alright. Oh wait, I forgot I could just do the...
Got to find a way to destroy that tank.
Fire! Just throw a grenade at me? Oh. Grab it. Damn it. Come here. I just killed like 15 guys in here when I can't kill. There we go. Bird. Bird. Hydrate? Alright. can have a little hydration as a treat.
Not getting in that way without being seen. Must be another way.
We got a man down!
Don't shoot. I'm not your enemy.
I almost shot you. Press E to activate quest.
Who are you people?
All that can come later. If you want answers, then listen close. We've managed to destroy the old radio tower, but there are repeaters that keep them connected. We need to shut them down. Help me, and I'll let the others know they can trust you. We need all the allies we can get.
Yes.
I'll keep an eye out for them.
Good. We don't have much time.
Yeah, lockpick. They're just wolves chilling in the back. Yeah, I saw that.
To shoot. However, he tried to teach me today. I was utterly hopeless. I've always said in the field you can't go wrong with a stout stick and good boots. I told him I was a man of words, not of weapons. He laughed and said that he hoped I could find the right words to slow down a charging bison. I told him that's what he was for. Bless him for trying, though. I don't think there'll be any more lessons somehow.
Roth always said I must have gotten my sharp eyes and steady hands from Mum. That summer, he taught me to shoot instead. I took to it. Maybe too well.
I'm assuming these are DLC weapons. I should not have access to these because I haven't built the pistol yet. Oh well. I'm using it. Machine pistol, 1911. And that's a fucking deagle. And a revolver. Desert Eagle, right? Sounds kind of, it's kind of excessive though. I feel, I'm still early in the game. Damn, even the default pistol does more damage than this. Except Nox. I'll go with this one. Wait, I can upgrade. Jesus. It's Resident Evil now? Can I get a suppressor for this? Hang on. No. Oh, okay. That makes sense. What can I put a suppressor on? I don't think suppressors are a thing, actually. I'm just seeing muzzle brakes. Bunch of other stuff. Alright, in that case we might just say fucking. Stability. Let's see. It's stability. Oh, I should have. Oh well. It's a makeshift one. I'm assuming I get better bows in that case. So would it not be worth it? If the upgrades are per weapon, then would it not be worth it to upgrade the makeshift one and then wait till I get a better one, then upgrade that? It's like a parry, kind of. I'm just killing stuff. Yeah, give me this. And challenge on next way. Give me bombs. I am lethal.
Have you done it? Are the transmitters destroyed?
Mm-hmm.
I haven't found them all yet, but I will.
Paint. Yellow paint. Book.
I've infiltrated the ranks of the enemy and...
Cool.
Need to get more information out of the prisoner. If Constantine has to do it himself, he's not going to be happy.
We'll step up the pressure, but he's clearly had some experience with interrogation techniques before.
We think he's the leader of the Remnant. He has to know about the Divine Source. Find his weakness. Get creative.
This prisoner. Maybe I can find him.
Oh, whoa. Oh, fuck. I wasn't even pressing that. Sure, whatever. Up. All that for a leaf. Ooh. No. Where'd the wolves go? Optional challenge too. No. Book.
We were fools.
So foolish. Let's go this way first. Oh, they're the wolves. Want your skin. sorry. Your skin. The music was getting so intense. Yeah, for 2 wolves. That everything? Yeah. Bottle. Can I do that? No. I'm sorry. Oh. Cool. Secrets revealed. Campfire. Damn, I got another skill point. Increase the aim time on bow shots. Increase the amount of ammo needed for corpses. Let's do this one. Magazine, barrel. Oh wait, these are applied to all pistols.
Trinity's after the source. I should find out what they know.
The upgrades are universal. Oh wait, that's actually great. That's wonderful. Let's do this one. Oh, I can do both. Alright. I'm almost maxed out on the bow. Wait. Box. There really nothing in here? There's a nest up there. I don't think I can climb this, right? Oh, I can! Oh, no, I can't. Oh, shit. Give me your feathers. Oh, I'm full on feathers. Really? No, I'm not. Funny. Okay. Is that a squirrel? Oh, it's like a little chipmunk. Die. Oh, please. Please. Where did they go? There were like 3 animals here. Are you hiding in the bush? Wait. Yes. I need more skin. Give me your skin. Is there anything over here? Oh, there's a back area to the cabin. Hang on, let me see what's over there.
No way to pull that down yet.
Is this something? Oh, wait. I'm guessing I would freeze. No, that's a cave.
So cold.
Damn, this is an opening area too, and I'm over here finding all kinds of stuff. Oh, come on. They want me to come back. Bush. I'm gonna go lay down. Have a good rest of your stream. No problem. Have a good night. Get some good sleep. Good puppos deserve good sleep. I'll probably be up for a few more hours. Oh, okay, you're just gonna lay down. No problem, no problem. Yeah. I need the string bow thing. But yeah, I'll catch you up on Telegram. now that it's been blown up. Alright, let's go back over here.
Maybe there's a way to get up to the old prison.
Oh, berries. Oh, I'm out. Or I'm full. I don't need more berries. Okay. course.
Damien, the Prophet's Forge.
Level 2 Greek. Alright. Oh, wait.
Cities are not built on plans alone.
Or are they? Ancient bow part. Oh, there's an ancient bow. Okay. That must mean we get compound bow. Alright, how do we get out of here? We're out of here. Enough distraction. Time to progress the story.
Communication repeaters. Trinity must have installed these.
They're just chilling. I'm sorry. Stab. Stabby stab. Stab stabby stab. Stab stabby. What is this? What? Damn, there's so much to do. Alright, let's go in the cave. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Your skin. Oh fuck. Sorry.
Maybe I can find Constantine's prisoner. He must know something.
Full on skin. Wow. Wait. Shit. Cool. I need to use up this skin I've got. Fuck. Compound bow. Damn, they have to make every weapon. Oh no, go up, up, climb, climb.
Family photograph. Russian, late 1950s. Perhaps one of them was imprisoned here. Something's written here. Remember.
Anything else here? No. No getting in from there. Oh, box. I think now I'm good. Oh, wait. Is that a deer? Oh, shit.
A small, intricate clockwork toy, made of bits of scrap metal and other detritus, all from the Gulag. Must have taken a long time to gather the parts.
I can't. Pistol. Of course.
These markings, they're not Russian. A warning, maybe?
Is that another one? No. Oh no. There is another one up there, okay. Can I climb this? No. How do I climb you? How do I climb you? Wait. That won't take me all the way. That one does, though. Wait, no, that also doesn't take me to the top. I'm not sure. There a cave down there? I swear these leaves are like so deceptive. No, there's nothing back there. Okay. Let's zip down from this side. Maybe I'm missing something. No. Oh, wait, yes. It said there was an optional tomb over there. Is that not the one that I already went? There's a relic here. Challenge. Oh wait, this is. Wait, what? Where did I come from? Came from here. Talon's tomb in the mill. Is the mill not the tomb? Or the thing on the what? Huh? What are you for? Maybe I have to turn the power on? It's like a generator looking area over here. No, that's not it. I don't know. Oh. Oh.
The Prophet was persecuted, and so were his followers.
Wait, give me that. There more of that? Yeah.
Looks like this was abandoned in a hurry. Did the Soviets find something down there? There's water down below. Sounds like a great volume.
Damn. Okay. Oh.
A coin with an image of a city stamped in gold.
I'm examining.
And there's the Prophet. This was likely...
Amazing. Yeah. Oh. Can I break this? Oh. I thought there'd be something in there. Box. Nice.
That's got to be part of the works. Here we go. oil cask.
Do I... Oh, yeah. Explosion. What can I upgrade? Grim Whisper, Ancient Bow, Compound Bow. What do I need for the last one? What is that? What? Boar fat. Okay.
Water's eroding everything. At this rate, there won't be much left in a few decades.
Damn.
It's a cistern.
Explosion. Oh, what? Oh. I see. Okay, okay. This is working. I was just checking.
Water markings on the wall. The levels change.
Actually, I think I can climb that. Yep. Box. Oh, I see.
Okay, should be able to swim through now.
Where am I? Oh. Or
This should be more than enough oil to light the passages below.
it was. Oh, that gave me metal. Okay. I think I know what I have to do. No, wait. No, I'm wrong. I need to get one of those explosive things over here. Sound like a Minecraft villager. Let me bring this up. This is where it was. Yep, this is where I came from. Okay. Okay. I think I know. I think I know. I think I do. Oh, come on.
Yes, it worked.
Nice. Alright, what we got?
It's an ancient manuscript on the gifts of the earth.
Nearby resources. Okay. Alright. What can I upgrade? Why does it say upgrades available if it's not? You lied to me. Hmm. No, I'm fine. Let's go back to... Here? Is this where I was? No. It's here. Yeah. Oh. Won't say no to free bullets. Free bullets. Alright, now we get the last of the fucking radio things. And then we collect our reward. Give me your skin. Oh, antlers too. What's in here? Oh, what's in here? I need the fucking thing for this. Yeah.
No way to pull that down yet. What's good is we can go back and forth from here and there. Guys, I have candy. Hang on. I have Sour Patch Kids. Hang on. Let me eat some Sour Patch Kids. Nom nom. Nom nom. Where's the dude? Oh.
Have you done it?
The repeaters are offline. It's done.
So it is. We don't have much to spare, but if you're fighting with us, you can use this.
Oh, nice. Level 2. Carefully missing. And resource pouches. Wait, I can craft large capacity ammo. And resource pouches. Wait, that's really cool. Okay. Dragon fire shells, grenadier. I got a grenade launcher. Increase detonation radius. Maybe. Some fun. Oh my! Oh, wait, wait. What the fuck? This is actually burst fire. Burst fire on the bow. At separate locked targets. might go for the bonus XP. I feel like those are always good to get. Oh wait, this is also good. Increase the amount of natural resources I get from each source. These are both good. What do we get for Brawler? Deadly Force. Stealth finishes are much faster and kill enemies with a brutal force. Press F to kill them. Wait, what? Press F to kill nearby unaware enemies. Wait, what? I do like this. Alright, we'll do this. I do find myself doing stealth quite a bit. Quite a bit, indeed. Quite a bit. Right eye, my dad. Polished barrel. You're gonna take me back. My kitty's here. My cat. My cat's watching me play. I'm gonna need some more Sour Patch Kids. Oh, no. No, no. Oh, wait. Oh. Door. Can't open the door. My cat wants pets. Hang on. She's like, why are you playing video games? Well, you could be petting me. Take your hands off the keyboard. Put it on my head and pat me. That's a good cat. One of these days, I was debating getting a cat cam. I have an idea on how I could set it up, but I would need a webcam. And my current one I'm using for retubing, so I would have to get a second. Read.
This writing seems to be pointing to something nearby.
Player beacon. The coin caches? Oh well. I'm not going back to that. Fuck that. Got bad boys. That's it. Huh? Oh.
Hey, I thought you said Pickett was gonna be on this job.
I thought so, but word is he was on the job with Constantine in Syria. Ah, shit.
Need a bottle. I can't distract them.
Someone's fucking with us.
Oh, fuck. Oh, he moved. Yes. Shit. Wasn't fast enough. Or was I? I'll just kill you. I'm gonna stab you. Damn, you really did stab him. Wait, I didn't loot that guy. Right? No, I did. Okay. Open the door. Oh, these are what the Byzantine coins are for.
Look, I'm on your side here. I've been working as a maintenance tech for Trinity out here, but I've got to get out of here. These people are insane. I've been stockpiling gear. It's yours, if you can pay for it. They won't notice a few missing items, but if they catch wind, or if they see me with you, I'm a dead man. I'll need some untraceable currency in case things go south. Gold, preferably. You think we can make a deal?
I'll see what I can dig up.
It's a rifle. Crafting tool. Upgrade tool that unlocks additional tier of weapon upgrades. Ooh. Well, I don't have any money. Wow, these are expensive. Damn.
It's not nukes.
It's not nukes. It's nudes. And they're on twitter.com. Sometimes I just say shit. Wait, what am I? Is this where I need to go? Yeah, that is where I need to go. I want to see what's over there. There's this. I don't think I can climb that though, right? Let me see. Oh. Climbing arrows, okay. Come on. Pistol suppressor, 25. Oh, I want it. I want it. I want it. I want it. Oh, that's what the coin caches are for. Okay, well, I'll go back later.
Your reports have ceased. Trinity's growing concerned.
We've had trouble with the natives. Our communications were offline, but everything is now under control.
If the situation becomes untenable, we will step in.
It won't. You sent me for a reason. I was chosen for this. I will succeed.
See that you do.
Hey!
Really?
Are you okay? Oh, thank God. Anna, what are you doing here? I don't know. I can't remember. What's happening, Lara? I'm scared.
I'm so sorry. I didn't think they'd come after you. This is all my fault.
Who? Who are they? What did they want?
The same thing my father was after.
Oh no, Lara. I told you not to do this. Whatever they want, just give it to them.
It's not that simple. Just hold on. I'll get us out of here. Somehow.
I think Anna's better than I.
Don't touch her!
Please. No.
Talk!
No! No, you bastard!
Where's the divine source?
Please! Just stop! I don't know where it is!
That's enough. She doesn't know.
She's fucking evil.
What?
I see that coming.
No. You're with them! I can't believe this. You come!
You couldn't let it go, could you? I knew you'd find your way to this place.
What did you expect?
It doesn't have to be this way. We seek the same thing. We could use someone like you. You want a purpose in your life? We can provide that.
You've got to be kidding. I've seen how Trinity operates.
Is that a no?
It's a no fucking way! Tell me, Anna, were you recruited by Trinity before or after you started screwing my father?
Hey, yo.
I loved Richard. But he was blinded by idealism, and it destroyed him. What would you do with the artifact? Show it to the world. Redeem your father's good name. You're still so naive. Just a frightened little girl trying to walk in her daddy's shoes.
We're done here.
No. Not yet. You and I, we can still be on the same side of history. Think about it, Lara.
This isn't over. Bastard!
Perhaps that's all he knows how to be.
I thought I was alone.
So did I, but here we are. So what should I call my new acquaintance?
Nothing. I won't be staying.
Constantine has little patience.
Nor do I.
So I see. Nice trick. Can you get us out of here?
There's no us. I don't even know who you are or why you're here. Sorry. I'm not feeling particularly trusting right now.
You won't get far without me.
You don't know how far I've come. What do you know about them?
A sect. Ancient and secretive. They believe themselves to be doing the work of God.
From what I've seen, they're pretty far from holy. There's a breeze coming through here. Might be able to break through.
Pipe.
They're after the same thing as you. Something we can't give them. What do you plan to do with that? They will have heard that.
All the more reason to get out of here.
New bow? Oh, I got the rope arrow.
Is there a way out?
No, but I found something that might be useful.
Curved bow.
Careful. We don't want to attract attention. It worked. Can you get out? Wait. Let me out. I can help you.
I can't trust you.
We may not be enemies. I can see that. I suspect you do too.
I work better alone.
I know the layout. I know the land.
I'm a fast learner.
No doubt of that. Maybe I can offer you something more valuable. I know what you're all after. Thank you. I'm Jacob.
Lara. Take this. In case we get separated.
We have to move. The guards will be coming through on rounds any moment.
Do you know the way out?
Yes. I've had some time to study this place.
We began.
Box.
A silver cigarette case. Looks like it's been through a war, which is likely. How long were you in that cell?
Long enough to learn that Constantine won't stop until he's found what he's looking for.
The divine source. Is it here?
Trust must go both ways, Lara.
What is this?
A history lesson. This place has its own scars.
It was a work.
I finally laid my betrayals bare. Lara knows the truth. Now a strange series of emotions has gripped me. Remorse, certainly. Remorse for a piece of me that was left inside that torture cell. But something...
Nice.
Soviets sent prisoners here to work in the mines.
Even that wasn't enough. They captured our people, took children from their mothers to work as slaves.
That doesn't look like mining. It looks like an excavation.
It's, possible. They dug anywhere they caught a hint of wealth.
Those are ancient. What did they find?
You'll have to ask them. We have to go. We aren't safe here.
Tell me this is a gulag?
Our best chance of escape is to make our way to the arena.
And what then?
My village is in a valley on the other side of the mountain. We'll be safe there.
Command Post 2, last chopper outbound. Roger. That'll be the last shipment. Reports of trouble at the communications depot. More natives. Negative. We caught an armed intruder from the outside. Some woman. She stirred up...
Stay here. I'll take care of this.
All right. Hold on. Almost got it. That's it. Good to go.
Okay, let's move this thing out. Constantine wants a team up at the copper mill before the storm sets in.
Boy, here I go killing again.
God damn it, it is fucking freezing in this place.
Panel's fused. Almost got it.
Surprised any of this shit still works.
Literally sabotage.
Isn't there a guy here? I'm gonna kill you.
Anna has let the mass.
Anna has let the mass. Bullets.
Hang on. We'll go look. I copy. Where'd this come from?
I'm gonna kill you. I'm killing you. I killed all of them. Oh, that's two left. Okay. Sneaky, sneaky. Kill.
There,
Ow. Okay. I did not think the bottle would be loud, but I don't know. Oh well. Are we done here? Anything? No. Oh. Where am I going? Oh. Wait, what's that? Stone.
Jacob, I found a way to open the inner gate.
Head to the courtyard. I'm already inside.
Post. I remember this from the first game. Where'd he go?
Anna, I need to get in there.
Where am I going? No.
Jacob, what is he doing? Shit. Be careful, Lara.
What you doing?
I cannot wait to leave this frozen hell.
Then I have good news. Reconnaissance from the scouts. The natives have a settlement on the other side of the mountain.
Soon, you will have your day.
We both will. Just as long as you don't lose focus again.
What do you mean?
You're sentimental about her. The Croft girl, I can tell because she's still alive. We can't afford to dwell in the past.
You doubt me? You know what I've given to Trinity, what I've sacrificed, what I face. I'm fine.
Life has not been kind to either of us, but I swore I'd always protect you.
Now who's being sentimental?
I promise you. All of this will be worth it in the end. With the divine source, you will live. But more importantly, you will live in a world cleansed of sin.
What if I like sinning?
Send your men to this settlement. Find out what they know.
It's too dangerous.
Let me have my pleasures. None of this will matter. The day our work is accomplished.
Constantine, you're needed in the holding cells. We're in this together, sister. Remember.
Oh, they're siblings.
Always.
What are you doing?
Mankind shall be judged. The non-believers turned to ash and swept away. And the pure of faith will be raised up and given life eternal. Get out! I'll find you!
We've got to find them. Keep looking. They have to be here somewhere.
got to find a way out of here.
Lara, the train yard is on the north end of the Gulag. I'll wait for you there.
On my way.
I knew this was a Gulag.
Damn. Got to get out of here.
Strange being in the field again.
Mm-hmm. How do I... Oh. Wait, is it not the roof? Something tells me it's not the roof. Hmm. Oh, really? It told me I couldn't. It told me. It told me I couldn't earlier. Sorry, give me a sec. I'm finishing my Sour Patch Kids. No. No, no. 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 And now I spin.
There.
Oh, I see. AK-47. Oh yeah.
There she is! Open fire! You're gonna die!
Bullets. The can. So let's fucking go. Great.
Got your back! Under fire!
Nice. I don't think I made. Great. Fuck you! Why am I aiming this way?
As we push deeper into...
Hey, yo. Explosive king.
Jacob!
Lara, be careful. They're everywhere. You'll run into some trouble. There he is! Take him out! Damn it!
Shit! For the first time in weeks, things are becoming clear. I know. There's something hidden here. The Soviets came looking for it too. And now Trinity and Anna. Anna. Did she watch Dad as well? I've got to keep moving. Find Jacob and join his people. If I can prove myself to them, maybe he will tell me more about this place.
Damn. Pistol ammo. Quiver. Rifle pouch. Oh, wait. Weapons. Assault rifle. Golden Fang. What the fuck? Gilded bolt-action rifle that strikes with deadly force. Bolt-action rifle? What the fuck? It's... God dang. Should I use this? Because the AK is kind of trash. But it has a bigger mag. I can upgrade it. Increase rate of fire. Faster reload. I don't really want either of these, if I'm being entirely honest. Fire rate and magazine. I don't know. I don't know. Fine, we'll do it. Fire rate. Give me my grenade. Explosive can grenade. Oh, I just dropped it.
Hit the lights! Keep her down! Laying down cover fire! Under fire! We got a man down! Throwing grenade! Taking fire!
Come on, peek me. Peek it! Peek it! Do it. Oh, hi.
Hostile spotted. She's alone. Move out. Make it quick.
I'm gonna check it out.
I'm over here now.
Right back. Give me suppressing fire! Now! Covering fire!
Grenade.
Fire in the hole! Light her up!
Oh. Take cover.
Give me covering fire! She's reloading! Shoot her!
Oh, I'm out.
Cover me! I'm reloading!
I need you to stop. No. That first grenade didn't do shit.
What happened here?
Well, so this Desert Eagle is not very good, if I'm being entirely honest.
As we push deeper into the valley, I feel reassured that
Jacob, I think I'm close to the train yard. Are you there?
A badge of rank in a military order. Trinity.
Wait, what was that? What was that?
Another Soviet plaque. Enemies must answer for their crimes. Bit grim.
Level 2 Russian. Oh, full. Wait, what's that? Give me that.
What took you so long?
I thought I lost you back there.
Not a chance. Thanks for getting me out of that place. Let's move! We can get up through there!
Watch out!
We got them. Don't let him escape. He immediately escapes. Oh, come on. I was right there. Oh. stormtrooper running sequence. I'm dead. I died.
Dad, is everything all right?
What the fuck? Did you just shoot yourself?
Take it easy. Drink this. It'll help.
You could have left me in that river.
Would you have left me?
I'd have thought about it.
What makes you think I didn't? So what makes you risk so much to come here?
The divine source.
With her accent, it sounds like she's saying divine sauce.
But I want to know why.
When I was young, it was just my father and I. He was an archaeologist too. In his last years, he was obsessed with myths about immortality. Of course, no one believed him, including me. Our last conversation was a fight. He took his own life. I thought I'd come to terms with it, but...
Something else happened.
And I saw something that I thought was impossible. It changed everything. I realized my father was right. He died alone and broken. But he died for something.
So you believe the divine source is real?
I honestly don't know. But if there is any truth to it, I have to find out. It needs to be researched and studied. It could make a difference to the world. It's not something to be hidden away.
A difference is not always for the best. Would you wish Trinity to have the secret to immortality?
Of course not.
Then I would ask you not to abandon your quest, but to alter its path. Join me and my people. Help us repel Constantine and Trinity.
And after that's done,
and you leave our valley untouched, but knowing that you've done the right thing.
No. I'm sorry. I can't do that.
Can't. Or won't.
I'll fight Trinity with you, but my goal remains the same. If I give up now...
You'd feel like you'd be letting him down.
Not just him. I need answers, Jacob. I need to understand. You're leaving.
Right now, my concern is for my village. It's over the mountain pass. A day's journey on foot. But there may be a faster way through the old copper mine. You rest. I'll be back soon.
A new adventure awaits. Thank you for what? Okay.
Jacob, are you there? Damn it. Where is he?
Wait, I know where I am. Yep, I knew it.
Overwatch, we have contact with the native in the old sawmill. We wounded her, but it looks like they set traps around the perimeter. I've got one casualty so far. Doing a sweep.
I'm afraid of doing the DLC, but I think it's like scripted to be here? Question mark? What is that? A mural? Wow. What is that? What is that? Oh. Oh. I should have looked into those. Oops. Oh. I need these coin caches. Oh. Wait, I can ping it, right? Oh. 7. That's nothing, dude. Where's the other one? It's over there. This thing is so terrible to control. Oh, I can use a mouse, thank God.
Don't shoot. I'm with Jacob. He told us to wait for you, but these bastards found us first.
Oh, God. Are you all right?
I'll live. But I need a safe place to rest, in case the invaders return. There's a cave across the bridge over there. A wolf den. They won't look there, but I can't clear it out on my own. Not like this. If you could kill them, we'll have a safe place to regroup. I might even have something for that pistol of yours. Can you help us?
Ooh, yes.
Yes, of course. Stay out of sight. I'll be back.
Thank you. Jacob was right about you.
Oh, there's a mushroom in there. That's lame. Wait.
Do not let the target slip away. We need to know why they were following Bravo team. Bravo hasn't run into any more resistance along the way. Find the native. We got company!
Wow.
Advancing! Laying down grenades! I'm under fire!
But I was
If
trying to
there's
kill
someone
him
in
from the
here,
ledge.
it's safe. You can come out now.
Must still be hiding. Blood. That hurt.
Stop! No closer!
I'm not with Trinity. My name is Lara, and your gun isn't loaded. I can see the cylinder is empty.
The firing pin never worked anyway.
You're hurt.
I just need to Sit down for a moment. Lara, was it? I'm Nadia. I could use your help.
What can I do?
My grandfather snuck out of the village in the night. I think he's headed for the Wicked Vale, where the witch Baba Yaga lives. I was trying to catch up with him when the invaders caught me. Before I was born, the witch killed my grandmother. Grandpa always talked about revenge, but I never thought he'd actually go through with it. There isn't much time, and I'm in no condition to go myself. We have to find him.
Okay.
I'll head out that way and see if I can pick up his trail.
Thank you. The path to the Vale is through the cave to the east of here.
No safety gear. Nothing to protect the workers.
Oh, it's a camp. Let me loot this guy. Oh, wait. Oh wait, I need to ping that actually.
Jacob's people were forced to work here.
Other side. What is this? Fucking nothing, I guess. Wait, what's over here? That's where I gotta go. Yeah. Not yet. This way. Should I just do the Baba Yaga thing like now? Get that out of the way? Probably, right? Let me just finish getting the coins, because I wanna get that suppressor. And then I might swap. What the fuck? There's the whole ass mountain lion. Come on. I forgot the button. I remember now. Fast travel. Coins. Where are the coins? Coins.
Hey, welcome back. Have you found any more gold, I've got gear for you. I don't think they're onto us yet, but try to be discreet, okay?
So this rope ascender. Oh. Damn. Is it worse? I think so, right? I think it is worse. I want the rope ascender though, cause like that could give me access to new areas. I'll get this.
You've got good taste.
Weapon attachments. Okay. Cool. Alright, let's upgrade our shit. Craft high damage bullets. I could craft hollow point. Double shot. Is double shot worth? Should I get double shot? Probably, right? It'd be good for animal hunting. Oh, it's a split shot. Okay, still cool, I guess. Oh, I get the DLC bows. Death's Breath. What the fuck? I want to use this, but this looks so out of place. These are the same thing. We're gonna do a little cheating. Oh wait, I can use the other one. Or I can... Pistol. That's just the 1911. How's that any different than this one? That they're not. They're the same fucking gun. Oh, this one's black. And this one's just silver. I do like the Deagle, but I'm gonna be honest. That recoil and the accuracy after shot is really bad. Hand cannon? Should I get the hand cannon? Could also just go full auto. I'm tempted between full auto and burst damage, I guess, basically. I'll try the hand cannon. Wait, do I have others? Yeah, okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna swap to this fucking thing. And we'll upgrade. Do I get new axes? No. I do kind of like this one. Shame the other ones don't give a bonus. Leather jacket. Increase carrying capacity while special ammo. Oh, whoa, what? Firing bullets / shells sometimes won't reduce the count of available ammo. That's insane. Sure. Yeah, we can be a little tactical. Should we? Probably not, right? Because just in case there's like more upgrades I need to get, like past here. Okay, because oh, wait, no, because there's Installation Vista, Train Yard. Where did I need explosives? It was like over here. There's a little. This is like a little cave, right? How do I get an explosive over there, though? Or should I just finish this area? The Gulag. What was here? Yeah, survival caches. Do I want to go back for it? Sure. Finding Jacob. We can do a little bit of finding Jacob as a trait. Wait, let me ping them. Other way. I can't even go that way. Wait, can I not go back? Also, damn, this fucking gun is pimped out. This fucking rifle, it's just gold. It's very out of place. That's shotgun shells, what the fuck? I want a shotgun. I don't want this. What the hell? Oh, fuck.
We got incoming!
Let's try our new toys.
Someone there? What's the word on that? Outside the mountain. Stay close. Give me some breath. I see her. Take her down.
Nice. I gotta go all the way around. Key. I don't think I missed anything back here. Can I open this? No. Cool that they let me redo this though. But this is a dead end. No? Oh. Oh. I can't even go up in there. Oh wait, can I skin that? Give me stuff. Yeah, this whole place is closed off. How do I... Huh? Guess I'll just go fuck myself. Okay, let's go back. Oh, give me that. Oh, full. We gotta go all the way back. Fucking backtracking. Hooray. All the way back. How does this shoot? The reload speed isn't that bad. I'll stick with it. I just want to see, you know? I just want to see. Oh, I can. You're telling me I went the other way for nothing. I hate it here. Sure, I guess I got some resources. Where is it? Other side. Wait. Thought I saw something. It's okay. Don't worry. Is it not here? Come on. Oh, let's go. Antlers. Not super worth it. A spring. Now it's like all the way at the end. Now we go all the way back. I'm gonna swap outfits one more time. Oh no way I can upgrade. Rate of fire. What's that? Oh, reloading. No. Wait, shit. Okay. What's this one? Oh, no. Let's stay with the jacket. Or should I put on one of these that has like... Probably put on this one, right? Wait. Yeah, I think this one's probably best. Oh. Oh, wait. Shit. Nice. More antlers. Also, where was the side quest? Strongbox. Damn, I missed a lot of stuff. Forget it. Fine. I already committed myself, I might as well. Oh, you motherfucker! Jeez. That actually scared me. Pull.
veil here, well worn.
Lara, I found a radio on one of the invaders you killed. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
I can monitor the invaders' frequencies from here while I patch myself up. I'll let you know if I hear anything useful.
Oh, let's do it.
What more can you tell me about the Wicked Veil, Nadia?
My people stay far away from that place. They have for centuries. When the Soviets were here, they tried to build an outpost in the Veil. But they angered Baba Yaga, and she drove them all mad. Grandpa told me all about her. She lives in a magic house that can walk with the legs of a bird.
Do you believe all that? The house with the bird legs?
I trust Grandpa. He was in the gulag when the Soviets...
God damn it. I didn't hold down the button. I didn't think I had to. Oh, it ended the dialogue. I wanted to hear what they had to say. What? Weird. Go.
Shit. Steady.
Lara, hang on. I'm picking up a transmission. You need to hear this.
Overwatch! Come in! We need immediate extraction! Shit! What the hell is that? It's walking? How what the
Why does it slip?
Lara, hang on. I'm picking up a transmission. You need to hear this.
Overwatch! Come in! We need immediate extraction! Shit! What the hell is that? It's walking? How what the
That was the witch!
Something's definitely happening out there. Whatever it is, we'll get to the bottom of it.
No need to go inside the old temple. Head down to the wooden walkway along the cliff. There should be a rope leading to it. That path will take you straight to the Veil.
Fuck that, I'm checking out the fucking temple.
What is that sound?
Wait, secrets revealed. Oh, there's caches. there's one way back there. Hang on, let me just get the box over here.
A ceremonial cloth worn by priests during Mass.
Is there any more sign from Grandpa? Are you still on the path to the Vale?
No, but I'll head back and look soon.
Just take the wooden path along the cliff. It'll lead you right there.
This must have been a censer to burn incense in, but it's been...
Oh, he was back there, fuck. Oh boy. Wait, is it? It's either right next to me or... There we go. Oh, I think I just got boar fat. Shiny. Shiny. That's not what I want to do.
This was some sort of a shrine. Pilgrims came here to show their respect.
Without this place.
If I could lower the gate, I should be able to climb higher.
There. At least this counterweight still works.
Wait, I can break that. This is okay. What's the point of doing that?
Oh, damn. It's not gonna do any good at that level.
Excuse me. Oh my god. Wait, stop, stop. Oh, for fuck's sake. least they brought me back, like, right there.
Damn, the counterweight is stuck.
I've got to get through that door.
Can I not just blast it? Of course not. What does this do? Can I still move up this? No. It looks like I could knock the counterweight into the other counterweight to free it, but it doesn't happen.
Damn. It's not going to do any good at that level.
At that level. Alright. Oh, fuck. That's not what I want to do. Let's try this. Nothing. I feel like I'm definitely on the right track with this. Free it and then pull it. No? Really? Am I missing something? Wait. What? I'm on the right track, I think. Getting it to knock over. I don't know if I should do it during the wind. Like I have to time it.
What's this blade? Got to time that a bit better.
Oh. And then I use the wind. Now. Damn. Fuzzy hand glider. This isn't quite a skull dog. You're right. This is my April Fool's outfit. I am not only a skull. I mean, I am not only not a skull, but I am also not a dog. I am an alive cat. Meow. Meow. Hi. Hope you like my April Fool's skin costume. It's not often I bring out the lion. I like to call this version Lou Lion. Oh, we have to pull it. The Lou Lion only comes out during very special occasions. Oh, dang. Irreversible non-skull lion? Actually, I like it a lot. Can we get more? Oh, I'm glad you like it. I like to keep him on reserve. Only if chat is good. Or if it's a holiday. I figure April Fool's is a good time. We can have a little bit of an opposite day. Come on. No? How do I time this? As a bat, can I perch on your non-skull tail for funsies? Sure. It looks so comfy. It is like a little... It looks like a paintbrush. I like the tail on this. But sure, I'll let you perch up on there. As a treat. God. I'm gonna wait for the wind. Hell yeah, let's go. Yeah. Shit. Have to time it when the wind starts. Like right now.
Now to open the door.
I think I have been doing this puzzle for like 30 minutes. Oh, yeah. What's my prize?
It's a codex. This one is a series of meditations on willpower.
Inner strength. If critical injuries are sustained in battle, indicated on the screen turning gray. Health will be automatically restored. Slowly occurs watch for combat encounter and will refresh during encounters. Okay. Cool. Opposite day, the Skull Dog would have figured this out in seconds. This is true. This is true. It's all. It's.
The Wicked Veil isn't far
Cat
now.
brain has made you look
Just
for
head down that
catnip.
wooden walkway along
I
the
just. I get distracted. Okay. These whiskers, you know, they're they're too much of a sensory thing, you know. It's too sensitive. This I'm not used to it. Cat brain. Oh fuck! Look at me. See. The Skull Dog would have gotten that.
The Wicked Veil isn't far now. Just head down that wooden walkway along the cliff.
It's fine. Bat Brain would have me seek out fruit, so I get it. Aww. That's really cute.
There's a small camp here.
Sounds like Grandpa made it that far at least. You're almost into the Veil.
As an opposite to the Skull Dog, my cat self must now take a different approach to the stream.
Nadia, I think I found your Wicked Veil. I don't know if it's Baba Yaga, but there's something out here.
You're really cute, so take back your cat out of
Be
my
careful.
chest.
This is her land.
How could you? I'm not cute. I'm just a lion. I'm just a little kitty. I'm just a little kitty, you know. I like to go meow, meow. I'm with my hand. I'm too busy making biscuits, you know. I'm over here making biscuits. I can't be cute. Maybe the Skull Dog would think he's cute, or would accept the compliment, but me, nah. You know, maybe you should stick with this V2 where it's kind of cute for... It's kind of too cute for the Skull Dog.
Initial contact was made.
Initial contact was made. I do like this VTuber a lot.
There's some sort of pollen drifting here. Flowers.
What did you say? What did you say? I can't understand you.
Something's wrong.
Hallucinogenic
My head is
spores.
spinning and...
Oh no. Oh no. It's too late. This is when we die.
What the fuck? And then you can even have a catnip redeem. Oh my god. I like that idea, actually.
No, I must be dreaming. It isn't real. It can't be.
No. I'll keep the cat for special events. Special times.
Keep moving.
The Skull Dog will return soon.
Dad? No, it can't be.
He's out on vacation for the holiday.
I'm close, love. I'm close, love.
Where am I? How far does this path go?
Lou Lion is like a substitute teacher.
It's not real. Not him.
just to stand-in.
Dad, stop! Please don't! God, no! Got to get out of here.
There is a truth behind all of this.
I do have.
I just want to leave, please. No, this isn't.
Huh? I'm tripping balls.
Who are you? Why are you doing this? Stop! God damn you, stop!
For me, it is too late.
No, don't do it, please.
Someday. You'll understand.
Who are you?
Come and see.
Tripping serious balls. What the fuck?
That's not possible. It's just a myth.
Here. I'm sorry, Lara. There is no return. You're going
to rot out here.
We like the Skulldog boy for his good boy tendencies, but respect the Lion boy for his catnip streams. You know, I'm a big cat. You know, takes a lot of catnip to convince me. We can have a few catnip streams as a treat. I do have... Actually, I do have 2 versions. Excuse me. I have 2 versions of Lou Lion. Because before I wanted to dedicate myself to the Skulldog. Well, no, actually, the Skulldog came first, and then I was like, what if I experiment with different types of, Oh my god! Fuzzy, thank you so much for the subscription! Oh my god! Thank you! I appreciate it. I really do. Enjoy your ad-free viewing and our one singular beautiful emote. You know, I feel like I've talked enough shite, so we gotta provide some support. Aw, thank you. Thank you. That's really sweet of you. You're a heckin' cutie. No, you're a heckin' cutie. Your face is heckin' cute. And you know what? For the subscription, I'm gonna show off to you the second version of Lou Lion. I made 2. This is technically the alive version, and then if I ever wanted to play into the undead theme, I have an idea. I'm planning on probably using this one for Halloween. I'm gonna show you. I have the alive version, which is that one, and then this is the dead version. Just get 1 second here. Bam. I'm undead. Rawr. This one, this one I'm planning on. I'm thinking about using for Halloween. You know, if I want to really like dedicate to the whole only a lion during holidays thing. The bit. I think it's a good bit. It's a funny bit. And it sticks with it. You know, it sticks with the Lou color scheme. It's a little undead. Got like a It's the kind of half skull going on. I like it. No, you wouldn't know. I'm just a bat. Could be a bat and a cutie. I think I'd love to see. There's some cool, good shit. Let's go. Yeah, it's really cool. I like this. I like this version a lot. I keep it on hand, but not like active. I do want to use. I want to. What was it? I wanted I want to experiment with channel point redeem where I swap species, make it like a couple hundred channel points. You could temporarily TF me into a different species. I want to have like obviously we have Lu Lion. I could get say like Lu Bear or Lu Dragon, and have like a be a little thing, you know, be a little thing. I think it'd be fun. I've been looking into that for a while. The thing is I have to build up more of a. Oh well, I need to get the models first, and these models aren't exactly cheap. This one is the Bubblegum Bark, big cat model, and I'm a big fan of the Bubblegum Bark's stuff. It's really good. I think there's a. I could do like Lu Hyena. That'll probably be cool. Put some spots on me. Alright, I'm gonna swap back to my alive lion. Oh, and I've also got different versions of I've also got different versions of the Skull Dog. Like there is the what was it? There's the Artlic V1 model, which I normally use, and then there's the Artlic V2. And then I have like a Skullsue version that I have three, right? Yeah, I have three different versions of the Skull Dog, just with different model bases. But they all have like the Lu textures. I repainted them all so that it's all the color scheme, and I can just interchange it. It'd be cool though. It's fun ideas for the future. I think there is a software that lets me do it. I just haven't gotten it yet. Oh, I'm down here. Hello. I'm down here. I'm too short. I'm too short. I'm too short for my normal angle. I have to fucking raise myself up. My normal camera bind. I could wing wrap the hell out of that beam. I'm not gonna lie. Aww. Lu Yin. So small. You know, I could do Lu Bat. A little Lu Bat. That'd be cute. What the fuck? That looks so cool. They're undead dogs. It's me. Oh shit. Alright, we need to switch weapons. Oh my lord.
God, don't. Let's go.
Clear off. Come, your father awaits.
Not real.
Do what you get. You will get bullied into bigger bat-wing rats. It'll happen. Aww.
Laura! Can you hear me? Are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I think.
What happened? You started coughing, said something about flowers and pollen, and then nothing. I thought the witch had killed you.
We can have.
I think I was hallucinating.
2 bat rats
Hallucinating?
as a tree.
There is a flower.
Because if
in
you
the
wrap
valley
me,
that
I'll
can bring
wrap
on
you back.
visions, but the effects are too weak.
As a sign of respect.
Any idea what this place is? I see ducts and pipes. Soviet from the looks of it.
It has to be the outpost the Soviets built to study the ruins. My grandmother was a scholar, and they brought her here to help with her research, but that was the last time Grandpa ever saw her. There was only one survivor, an officer who stumbled out a few weeks later. He said the witch made them do things.
Someone's been in here, recently. Building on top of the ruins.
What do you see?
Some sort of makeshift distillery. It smells just like the flowers. Shit! Of course! She's refining the pollen, weaponizing it. There's no magic here, Nadia, just someone very clever.
Wait, but if it is just a person, then wouldn't the pollen affect her too?
If she can resist it somehow, then so can we.
No. I thought that would do something. Uh-huh. Okay, what's this? What? You'll get the first bat Rito rats. I'm glad. I would be honored. Would the blast be enough momentum? That's the real question. No.
Whoa. That should be enough force. Just have to get the bucket closer.
Closer? Closer. Closer. Oh, book.
I never held my daughter.
Sad. Rainbow. Just like me, because I'm gay. Alright, this definitely goes here. Bringing it closer? No. That's the I need to blast it, but it breaks before.
Whoa. That should be enough force. Just have to get the bucket closer.
How do I do this? the full spectrum of non-skull lion tuber. The full spectrum. The alive lion. He's not very good at puzzles. This is a master at work. How do I get it closer? I don't know. I don't know. No, not down there. I feel like I would have to attach it to somewhere farther, no? There's nowhere else to attach it. How do I... Puzzles suck, not gonna lie, he's doing his best. I'm thinking with my cat brain. What if I just keep putting arrows? Wait, I think this is the answer. No. Come on. Come on. It's so close. Fuck. I was about to fucking do it. I'm gonna do like 3 times. Maybe one more. Dude, it doesn't get anywhere near this thing.
That should be enough force. Just have to get the bucket closer.
Alright, well. I wish I gotta be consistent. Fuck! It always breaks. Once it gets like over here. I can't get it close enough. Alright, I'll try one more time. I'm gonna count the arrows. We're on 3. 4. 5. Okay. We're gonna do 4 and then blow it. 2. 3. 4. Alright.
That should be enough force. Just have to get the bucket closer.
Hmm. Hmm. The real question is, why does the rope snap even though it's being refreshed? Like renewed or whatever. The fuck kind of logic is that? You know what? I am not above looking up an answer. To Google. What's this place called? Wicked Vale. Wicked Vale Tomb Raider puzzle. Hey Lou, are you familiar with Sleep Token? I am not. What's Sleep Token? Sounds cool. It's a band. Oh. I don't think I've heard of that one. Wait, it's not giving me the right door puzzle. It's giving me the answer for the other one. Hang on, wait, I think I found it. Just gonna skip ahead. Oh no, this is for the other puzzle I already solved. It's a band. Do you mind if I post a link? Do you like metalcore of sorts? Yeah, I do. You can post the link, sure. I'll check it out probably after stream. But yeah, I'm open to metalcore. We'll never say no to a good song recommendation. Where the fuck is the answer? It keeps giving me other, because the Wicked Vale is huge. There's other puzzles. It's like a Baba Yaga. Rope puzzle. No, it's giving me the other one. Walkthrough, sure, we'll look at a walkthrough. I gotta skip ahead to different... this is where I am. Wait, what? Okay, he lowers the basket. Wait, what? That's what I did. But the line keeps snapping before I can do it. Yeah, it doesn't move that far for me. I think it's bugged. It's supposed to move way farther back. Yeah, this thing doesn't move at all. Oh. Well, what do I do? It's bugged. Alright, what if I... reload checkpoint. Enjoy at your convenience. I will. Thank you. Oh, I just fell. First, let me... Oh, alright, the collectibles already got.
Someone's been in here, recently. Building on top of the ruins. What do you see?
First we lower it.
Some sort of makeshift distillery. Smells just like the flowers.
Oh.
Shit! Of course! She's refining the pollen, weaponizing it. There's no magic here, Nadia, just someone very clever.
Shit.
Wait, but... if it is just a person, then wouldn't the pollen affect her too?
If she can resist it somehow, then so can we.
Nope, still not moving. Why? Why?
Whoa. That should be enough force. Just have to get the bucket closer.
Why is this happening? Here's my next problem, though, is even if I wanted to leave, I can't. I can't even fucking leave. Because I fell down that fucking, you know, the water. Alright, well, if it's a bug, then there's probably a fix for it. Back to Google. What's it called? Alright, I was looking on YouTube, but let me actually check Google. Rise of the Tomb Raider. Baba Yaga. Rope bug. Baba Yaga rope puzzle build. This dude's telling me to check my fucking graphics drivers. What? Actually, huh? Oh, God damn it. I found a thread with someone asking the exact problem that I have, and no one answered him. Come on. Do like distillery bug? We gotta be a little more specific. Distillery bug. Check your GPU. We gotta make sure you're streaming at your greatest convenience, mister. It's not a loose stream without a little bit of scuff. I found a walkthrough that just tells me what I already knew. Damn, I can't even... There's no way to load an earlier save, too. If I reload checkpoint, it's gonna bring me back to here. I can't even go back to the open world area. I'm actually stuck. Some people are getting bugs on other areas of the DLC quest, but as people are saying to verify the game files, the thing isn't pulling. No, it's not. When I put an arrow into this, it's supposed to pull the bucket like way more than it does, but it barely moves. It moves like really slowly, and then it breaks. It shouldn't be like super heavy. This isn't even like it's stuck at the top. No. Like in walkthroughs, literally the only thing to do is to lower the bucket from where it was up there. From there, then you stick an arrow in it. It gets pulled, and it should swing closer enough for me to blast it. But it...
Whoa. That should be enough force. Just have to get the bucket closer.
Like the physics of it being pulled isn't working as it should. And the one person who I found who has the same issue as me doesn't have an answer. Let's do like distillery, rope, or where's that Tomb Raider? Baba Yaga, distillery, rope, physics, bug. No, I'm just finding walkthroughs. Shit. I could try, like... Worst case, I do a save, close, game reload. See, that's the issue, though. It's even if I do reload the game, my save is just gonna bring me back here. Actually, yeah. All right, let's reload the game. Maybe that'll fix the physics. Wait, my audio's delayed. There we go. Yeah, alright. It's gonna bring me back to the Wicked Vale. My only other potential fix would be to just to verify game files, maybe. That apparently helps with other bugs on the DLC. Apparently, I see a lot of. Oh my god! I thought it froze. It scared me for a second. I've seen a lot of threads of bugs in this DLC, so this might just be a buggy DLC. Like this quest is a DLC quest. It's a little side thing. I didn't think I'd fucking run into an issue like of this scale, man.
Someone's been in here.
Yeah, see, look,
recently,
the basket's up
building
there.
on top of the ruins.
So I'm gonna.
Some sort of makeshift distillery.
Actually, let me.
Smells just like the flowers.
Let me see.
Of course, she's refining the pollen, weaponizing it. There's no
I stick
magic
this
here.
here.
Just someone very clever.
Will it move?
Wait, but if it is,
It doesn't even move when it's up there.
won't the pollen affect her too?
If she can resist it somehow, then so can we.
Alright, if I break it down. Break it down now, yo. Oh, okay, seriously. If I put it down, fucking stick this shit here. Yeah, now it's not even moving. Now it's not even moving. I think it just made it worse. That's insane. That's insane. No fucking way. Hang on. Look. Actually, what in the fuck? Hang on. Let me show you what it's supposed to look like. Let's see. Oh, come on. All right. Look.
So the tension was there.
Got to give it a push somehow.
Okay, I got it. I thought I had it.
See, look, he sticks it when the basket's lowered. And
it's got timed the tension correctly.
Look how much it moves. It doesn't even break.
We did it!
Fucking what? What? Huh? What do I do? Like, what do I do? Let me try verifying the files, I guess, man. I don't know. It's gonna fucking take a while, though. So how's everyone's day? What's sorry. What's the app? I'm soft locked. I'm not soft locked. I'm like hard locked. I'm locked out of my save file. Like that ruins my whole save. I can't go back to an earlier point in the playthrough. The way to bring this stream to a screeching halt, you know? Screeching halt. Live your best live your best cat/Skulldog life, my dude. Preach. Now we wait. It's 18%. Cool. Alright, guys, I'm doing a Ask Me Anything. I need to do something while I wait. Not really anything to do. If my save file is like for sure fucked, I'm like 6 hours in the game. I don't know. How did you find RA4 OG? How did I find it? Like, how did I find out about it? Or, like, what did I think of it? Um, I really liked it. I thought it was, did you enjoy it? I loved it. I loved it. Um, I can tell that it's, like, the beginning of, like, when Resident Evil started going from horror to action. Um, Again, I kind of love it, man. I love people shit on action Resident Evil, but I love it. I love it a lot. People like Resident Evil 6 is considered very divisive amongst the fan base because it's very actiony, and over the top. People don't dig that. That's why they hard pivoted in Resident Evil 7 to like down to earth horror, and I like that too. But that I'll be real with you. Resident Evil 6 is my favorite of the franchise, and then I'll never change my mind. It's a hot take, and I know it. Do you prefer Skulldog or Lion VTuber? I'm gonna be honest. I do prefer the Skulldog. Um, there is some technical issues though. Okay, so uh, on the one hand, I do love the Skulldog model that I have. Um, but I'm not a fan of being naked. I'm very naked. You know, the Skulldog model doesn't have any shirt or pants, and I want to wear a shirt. You know, I feel naked. Um, and then the V2 model that I have does have a shirt. Um, okay, so they're both made by the same uh model maker. His name's Artlick. Um, and when Model 1, when I was using the first version of the Skulldog model, I was like, I love this. I can't wait for more customization and maybe the option for some clothing. Um, and maybe like a more like uh I guess like realistic looking, like less cartoony looking skull face, because the V1 is more like toon style as opposed to the V2, which is more like a realistic style look. Um, and uh, and when I was asking for that, I felt like the monkey's paw finger curled. Um, because when V2 came out, it looked awesome, and I'm like, oh man, this might just end up taking over my V1 model. And then I got my hands on the model, and I looked into the files. Uh, and it is I gotta give credit where credit is due to Arlick. Uh, it is very customizable. Uh, and like just like very well made. That I don't know what goes into model making, but I know I know my dude really cooked hard with this one. Um, my only issue, personally, because I am a VTuber, is that model is not expressive. It is so blank faced. Yeah, like I can't. The jaw barely moves. The eyes don't move, and it's like, you see how this model can close his eyes? My Skulldog model on the V1 can close his eyes when I blink. Um, but V2 doesn't it doesn't move his face like at all. Which I guess lends hand to the realism, but uh uh it loses its expression And I feel like that's I shouldn't have to sacrifice expression for aesthetic. But it is what it is. I was thinking about maybe one day commissioning Artlick, because I like, truth be told, I have never actually gotten in contact with him. But I was thinking about maybe commissioning him to make the V2 expressive, because I do like that model, but it just doesn't do the very specific niche thing that I feel like it needs to do, and like, I don't know. I feel like it's asking for a lot, because as it is, like, these models aren't even intended for VTubing. They're intended for VR chat. Just so happens that those same, like, files, you can easily convert them into VTuber model files. So, like, it's doable, but it's not its intended purpose. I'll be real, the feline mile is so heckin' adorable. I'm so glad you like. I love. Okay, I'll be honest. I picked Skulldog as also the download finish, so we're gonna find out if it works. It didn't say if any files were missing though, so I don't know if anything changed. What's I saying? So for the longest time, this is before I decided to be a Skulldog. I had a bit of a everyone has this issue, I feel, but I had a persona crisis where I didn't know what I wanted to be. I knew I either wanted to be a Skulldog or a big or a lion. If Skulldogs never existed, if I had never seen if we lived in a universe where Winged Wolf 94 never existed, I would have ended up being a lion. This was going to be my choice for persona. But I like Skulldogs more. But I still kept up with having this one as a backup. I saw the model base for the big cat, and I was like, I gotta get my hands on this. And I did, and I'm so glad I got it, because now now that I have a definitive model for me, or definitive persona for me, now what I can do is I can shapeshift that character by applying the same fur pattern just to other species, and it could be that could still be my persona. That's still my persona. I feel like I've made him unique enough to the point where, like, I can use a different species but still be identifiably considered Lou. And that's what I eventually want to branch out to. I'm gonna be honest. I want to do a dragon next. I really want to do a dragon. I love dragons. Dragons are cool. I want to do a dragon. I want to do a protogen, because obviously protogens are fucking cool. I want to do a lot. I don't know. Guys, I'm a massive... Oh god, I'm down here. Guys, I'm a massive furry. Okay? I love a lot of furry races and species. So, best believe I'm gonna get as many of them as I can. But it's all a matter of A, obtaining the files for the model bases, and then B, texturing them. Although texturing them is fine. I fucking love texturing. Open up Substance file, just fucking blast some music. I made a stream out of it once. It was very fun. And I wasn't even like actually. It wasn't even like exciting.
Someone's been
It wasn't.
in here recently.
Wouldn't really be considered like a
Building on top
fun
of the
stream. It was
ruins.
just a vibe.
What do you see?
I was so
Some sort of
vibing, just
makeshift
because
distillery.
it's just an art stream. You know, I'm just painting,
Flowers.
and I've always wanted to do that more, but I just don't have the opportunities to paint
Weaponizing it.
or like
There's no
to
magic here, Nadia, just someone very clever.
texture.
Wait, but if it is just a person, then wouldn't the pollen affect her too?
If she can resist it somehow, then so can
Oh fuck. I was a Durg before I was a hyena. Then I was a bat, Lamau. I feel that. I feel that. I have a noodle dragon. Ooh, I want to see your noodle dragon. And that's not an innuendo. I mean, unless you trust me. I mean, anyway. Be the best furry race you want to be. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. That's what I love so much about Persona, is that they're so like expressive about like just like the uniqueness of that being like this can visually identify and relate to like like a real person on like a visual. I don't know how to describe it, man. It's animal cool, animal feel very good, animal funny. I love animal. I want to be animal. Everyone want to be animal. Animal, nice. We're all about seeing the Durgs around here. Let's go. Hell yeah. God fucking damn it. I don't know what to do. The physics got worse and worse. Yeah, that basket's not even moving now. Can I even like pull it normally? No. Oh, well. I got a little bit of a swing out of it. Can I pull it like this? Wait. We might be making progress. Hang on. I have an idea. Wait, that's hold on. Can do 1 and 2. And then we put a new one. Fuck. Alright. Put this down. I can get like 3 pulls in. 1, 2, 3. It's nowhere close. Fuck. It's nowhere close.
Whoa. That should be enough force. Just have to get the bucket closer.
Ain't no one gonna see you differently about changing your pace. You feel what you feel, my dude. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I think like really like deep down, like I love self-expression. I love self-expression and there is no like stronger way to create an expressive version of yourself than a fursona. I love fursonas, like as a concept, as like a, I could go into like philosophical fucking levels of like, I feel like it's so incredibly healthy to make a fursona. I would encourage everyone to make a fursona, but then again, I'm also a massive furry, so I'm a little fucking biased here. I have a fursuit that I'm working on. It's cool. It's awesome. I love showing it off. Oh man, and I've got plans too to get a lion version of the fursuit. Oh, I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Skulldog or not, if I come back and you live, be living your best life. You do you, homie. I'm here for you, homie. Thank you. Oh my god. Preach, my dude. Yes. That's the vibes that I'm all about, bro. That's what it's about. Be you, do what you want. Live your life. Okay, I'm like, guys, I'm this close. I am this close to just turning this off and then switching to Helldivers. I'm like this, my patience. I am about to switch to Helldivers. I'm gonna do one more round of troubleshooting. See if I can find an answer on Google. But if I can't find something, I really don't know. I really don't know. Rise of the Tomb Raider. What is it like? Distillery bug. Gondola bug. Crashing. I'm mostly finding things for bugs for there's a prominent bug at the end of the DLC. So if I look up the name of the DLC and then bug, Google just gives me the results for people talking about the other issue. About that issue and not this one that I'm having. Distillery Gate. Let's look up Distillery Gate. Let's try Reddit. Reddit might have something. I'm gonna squeak at you whether you a Skulldog or Lion or what you want. I'm gonna squeak at you, bitch. And I will accept those squeaks wholeheartedly. Shit, dude. There's posts about a gondola that people are stuck on. Hmm. I'm gonna say there's like the only thing I can think of is like a more extreme solution, and that be to uninstall the game, reinstall it. But I can't do that on stream because that would kill my bitrate. Right? Wait, no. Would that? Because technically I'm not uploading. Wait. Would it? Because I thought I'm about to just fucking reinstall this thing right now. Thank goodness I'm a bat. I don't know how else to communicate aside from squeaks. I feel that. I feel that so fucking much. I have times where I'm like stimming and like, because I'm autistic. And like I'll just run my mouth and I'll just be like randomly like meowing or like barking or like go like a woo. And that's why that's why I got stuck for a very long time on whether or not I wanted to be a dog or a cat, because I am a cat person at heart. I have a cat. I own multiple cats. I love cats. I love my cat. But also I am a dog. Also, I am a dog. I relate very heavily to dog culture and dog behavior. Stimming is legit, my dude. Hell yeah. I feel that. I've got 2 void cats. I'm a bee, but I'm a bat. I respect that. Okay. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna close this. And I'm absolutely straight up, because like if I don't it's either I'm stuck between either restart my save, which is the entire progress of the stream, or fucking play another game. I don't want to stop. I have the whole series. I'm supposed to go through this game and then the next game. I love the first game. I'm bummed, man. This is just bumming me out. On the bright side, I don't think this will actually take very long. Right? Yeah, no. 10 minutes. Wonderful. Damn, I don't think I've had this issue like once. Here, hold on, let me zoom in. There. Okay, guys. We're back front and center. Should I change the stream title to the genre to just chatting now? We're a just chatting stream now. Yeah, I haven't had like a serious technical issue like this in a fucking long time. I think like what game was it that like I had to uninstall and Alan Wake 2. I had to uninstall and reinstall it mid fucking stream because I installed it in my hard drive, and I needed to install it on what was it on my SSD and when I opened up the game for the first time, there was some crazy texture pop in, like real crazy. It was bad. It was bad. So now I was like, okay, only way to fix this is by speeding up the game loading, so I would have to switch it to my SSD, but I was like midstream, so I'm like, okay, fuck, I guess I'll just fucking do this midstream, and then I think I played Flash games. I played Flash games in the meantime, and now I'm back to doing this. It is what it is, I suppose. Such is life, yes. Such is life. In the zone. Cheeky breeky. I can't wait for Stalker 2. I'm gonna play Stalker 2 when that comes out. That's gonna be gonna be an on-stream game. I have 2 games right now that I'm like I went into this year being like, okay, there's 3 games that I want, like that I am going to invest my life into, and then Helldivers came in randomly as the 4th one, but that was completely out of left field. And those 3 games were Tekken 8, which I still got a lot of time into. Although I'm gonna be real with you guys, I love Tekken. I've been playing Tekken since Tekken 4. It's my favorite fighting game. But my main character, who I've been playing for like almost a decade, got reworked, and I hate how he plays now. And I'm like, okay, I guess I'll just lost my main. There goes like years of legacy knowledge down the fucking drain. Fucking waste. So I'm a little salty about Tekken 8 right now. So I'm just like, okay, I'll just wait for some of the DLC characters and see how they play. And if they play well, then I'll play that. So I'm in a love-hate relationship because I love Tekken 8. I love how it plays, but I don't have a main, and it's a problem because it's like my main character is in the game, but they changed how he plays, and he plays like garbage, and it's like great. I'll wait for the DLC, I guess. Then the other 2 games were Killing Floor 3 and Stalker 2. Killing Floor 3, I'm going to fucking put hundreds of hours into, like I have Killing Floor 1 and 2. And then Stalker 3, I'm going to do the same thing, because I played a lot of the... So, actually, I've got 2 games to beat this year myself, Dark Souls 1 and Elden Ring. I love the Elden Ring. Oh. The Elden Ring came out literally like right before I started streaming. Which is a shame because I would have loved to have streamed that. But now I feel like if I do it again, it's not gonna have like the uniqueness that I had the first time playing through it, because I fucking love that game. But I am going to play the DLC. I still have my save file. And when the expansion comes out, I am gonna play through that on stream. And as for Dark but I'll be real with you guys. That's the only FromSoft game you'll ever fucking see. I'm so fucking dog shit at FromSoft games. I've attempted to play. I own Dark Souls 3. I have attempted to play Dark Souls 3 4 times. 2 times I have been able to get at least half to the halfway point of the game, and then I'm just like, I can't. I give up. I'm sorry. I lost. You win. and yeah. Elden Ring was the only although granted, I have only played Dark Souls 3 and Elden Ring. Those are the only two FromSoft games I've ever played. I've never played Bloodborne. I've always wanted to, but it's not on PC. And I've never played Sekiro or Demon Souls. For me, they were games that I went through life with, but they upset me, Lama, so I'm trying my best with them to test my patience. You are strong. You are of stronger will than I am. I don't know. Maybe I'm playing the games wrong. Maybe maybe I'm just bad. I don't know. But Elden Ring, I kicked that game's ass, man. I, dude, one of the most incredible games I've ever played. Like not just from like a difficulty perspective, but also just like game design, how the map, how the world is like curated, like everything's there's always something somewhere. I love that. Love that so much. Love that map. I'm gonna fucking do it, and then I'll get through Bloodborne. Hell yeah, I believe in you. I believe. But yeah, best believe though, if Bloodborne ever does actually come to PC within my lifetime, yeah, of course I'm gonna fucking stream that. What? Everyone and their mothers always talking about how Bloodborne is like the best like Souls game and how it's like it's still hard, but it's like more actiony. Uh, and I'm just like, yeah, I mean, they fucking sign me up. I loved how like action packed Elden Ring was. I love the fighting and the combat in that. Elden Ring is fucking great. I felt so much energy being Rahadin. I God, I have so many good moments. So many good moments. Every dragon fight, bro, felt like an anime. Fuck. So awesome. And then I had the most fucking cheese ass build that was just it was just cheese, but like it was entertaining cheese. It was fun. The point is that I was having fun. And it was a full strength build. And I was just walking around with two giant hammers, fucking slapping the shit out of everything. Awesome. Awesome. One of the most unique game experiences I've ever had. Yeah. What was I was but back to what I was gonna say about Stalker 2. So I've never that's not true actually. I've only played Stalker Clear Sky. I own Shadow of Chernobyl, but I oh did we just go down for a second? Did I just leave stream for a second? Uh-oh. I think we're good now. So yeah, we stopped for like half a second. Oh, Helldivers update. Pog. No, but back to what I was saying. So yeah, I finished Clear Sky, and then I played Shadow of Chernobyl, but I never beat it. Because as it is, it took me like a lot of willpower to beat Clear Sky, because those games are fucking old, and I can tolerate jank, but damn, that shit's janky. So now So yeah. So and then I watched this one YouTube video by this guy called Racevic, who recommended a total, like, a giant mod that adds everything from the 3 Stalker games into one, like, open world, like, roguelike Stalker experience. And I played it. It was a mod called, like, Shadow of Chernobyl. And right, Shadow of Chernobyl, or like Shadow of I forgot what it was. But like, yeah, it like redid how like all the weapons handle it. It made the whole game way less janky. And I love that. I played the shit out of that. I played so much of that. And then when I heard that Stalker 2 was in development, I'm just like, what? Stalker game with modern hardware? I'll take it. Take my money. I'll buy it. Give me. I might even buy the deluxe edition, although don't hold me to that. I'm gonna wait for the game to come out first, see if it's not like busted on release. I've heard of the Anomaly mod, but I've never played it. I've seen people play it though. I had a good portion of time where like I did nothing but like watch Stalker YouTube videos. There's some good video essays out there, man. It's good stuff, good content. Okay, yeah. Alright, so the Tomb Raider, here we go. If this doesn't work, I'm actually switching to Helldivers. And that I will attempt to fix this off stream. The inspiration for Stalker is really interesting. Roadside Picnic. I've heard. I've heard Roadside Picnic is both a good read and a good movie, but I've never seen it. Always wanted to though. It's on my list. It's like on my like personal list of like shit to go through. Good content. I thought I was here already. Stop, you're gonna make me blush. Alright. Let's see if this works. Yeah, if not, I'm actually switching to Helldivers. Do it, you won't. Don't make me blush, I'll explode. Rock climbing. Lara Croft. Lara Croft, jump. Lara Croft, climb.
Someone's been in here recently, building on top of the ruins.
What do you see?
Some sort of makeshift distillery. Smells just like the flowers. Shit. Of course. She's refining the pollen, weaponizing it. There's no magic here, Nadia, just someone very clever.
Wait, but if it is just a person, then wouldn't the pollen affect her too?
If she can resist
Can't
it
be
somehow,
having that.
then so can we.
You're evil. But also, bruh. I reinstalled it, it did nothing. Hold on, where's my sad face? What am I supposed to do? What do you want me to do, man? What do you want me to do? I don't know what to do. My save file is fucked. I don't know what to do. I gotta troubleshoot it off stream, I guess. I still have time before I have to go though, so I guess we'll switch to Helldivers for like the last hour, I guess. Fucking shame though. I'm real sad about this. Cause I was really liking this game. I was really liking. It was really good. But now I'm sad. Look at how sad I am. They made me sad. I'm so sad. But now I'm about to get happy. Look at me, I'm so happy. You wanna know why I'm happy? Because I get to play Helldivers. But I have to wait for my Helldivers update to finish. I have to wait for Helldivers to finish updating. Okay. I do love this game though. I love Helldivers so much. Helldivers is actually somehow I've fucking become like one of my favorite games of the year. And I don't think I'm ever going to stop playing Helldivers either. Like this is up there with like Killing Floor for me. Just because it fits the genre that I like. It's the kind of game I like, man. Fuck. All right, here I'm just because we're waiting. Let me show off the other face expressions that I have. I have this one, unamused. I'm unamused. Look at me. Yeah. You're telling me you're not a cutie? Clearly, you haven't looked in the mirror. Okay, what's the other one? I have this one. I have Angie. I have Angie. I'm fucking Angie. I'm gonna claw your face if you don't give me your fucking attention. Where's my head pats? Oh wait. Hang on. Oh fuck. I didn't mean to press that. Hang on, check this out. What the fuck's my head pats? What the fuck are they? Give me the money. Give me the head pats. Now. Love that. Alright. 41 gigabyte update. What the fuck are they putting into Helldivers? Oh no, it's 1.5. Thank you for the headpads. Cat divers, let's go. We're gonna hit the scratch posts. I'm gonna scratch the shit out of some fucking automatons. Because we gotta finish that major order. I haven't played since the new major order came out. Do we still have free Quasar cannons? I loved having free Quasar cannons. I love the Quasar cannon so much. Cat gonna smack all the bugs. Deliver cat democracy. We can deliver a little bit of cat democracy as a treat. What was your primary weapon of choice? I read the weapon balance. There's weapon balances? Wait, there's patch notes? Huh? Where? Link. Now. Hang on. Oh, wait, I already have Chrome open on my other screen. Hang on. I need to look at this. I use their Discord. I'm not in their Discord. Dang. Wait, I think I found it. Yeah, I found it. Oh. I see Planetary Hazard Editions, Blizzards. Let's fucking go. I was talking about that earlier. I think I made that comment earlier of like, oh, we have heat storms or firestorms. Where are we gonna get snowstorms? They changed some of the retrieve personnel missions. Increased stagger force of the arc thrower. Increase anti-material rifle damage by 30%. Let's fucking go! I love the anti-material rifle. Breaker incendiary? Oh, damn. Damn! Liberator penetrator now has full auto mode. Dominator. Let's go! It looks like they're fucking... They're beefing up some stuff. Okay. Slugger got some nerfs. R.I.P. That's alright. I'm gonna be honest. I almost never used the Slugger. I really liked it though. Good for bugs. But then I unlocked the what's it called? The spray and pray. And I'm gonna be honest. I ended up using that a lot just because the magazine's fucking massive. Handles like ass though. Skullcat getting excited. Very. Helldivers makes me very happy. Diligence counter sniper increased armor penetration from light to medium. Okay. This I gotta see. This I gotta see. Although I'm gonna be entirely honest, it needs way more than that to be viable. The fact that the Diligence counter sniper fucking handles like a light machine gun though, that's forever going to kill its viability. I've seen some YouTube videos of people doing like weapon tier lists, and they put the counter sniper above the other DMR, and I'm like, you're fucking insane. And they're like, oh, I don't find its handling to be very bad, and I think everyone who complains about it is just having a skill issue. And I'm like, you're actually built different, built in an unorthodox fashion. Because I think that fucking weapon is absolutely like unusable, even if it is medium penetration now. Although the breaker incendiary being buffed might actually make it take over what I end up primarily using for bugs. Although actually that's not true. I bring the sickle a lot. If I'm not using a shotgun for bugs, I'm using the sickle. It's because the sickle's like probably one of the best weapons in the game. Liberator concussive senator fixed incorrect armor penetration tags in the menu. Wait, the senator had an incorrect armor penetration tag. The senator is the revolver, right? Wait, what was it actually? Medium armor penetration? Because I'll tell you what, that shit did not feel like medium armor penetration. That shit feels like a pea shooter. Really, recoilless rifle. Increase the number of rockets you restore from boxes from 2 to 3. That's huge. I love the recoilless rifle, but because the Quasar cannon is in the game, it's like, why? The Quasar cannon, to me, just feels like a better recoilless rifle. Because you don't have to deal with ammo. The cooldown is I feel like the same amount of time that, like, it's just an infinite ammo recoilless rifle, basically. You could still one-shot, headshot chargers. You destroy bot dropships. Just has infinite ammo. And the amount of time it takes to cool down is pretty much the amount of same time it takes to reload the recoilless rifle. So it's like, although you're sacrificing splash damage, but it's like, if you're using the recoilless rifle, your intended purpose is not for splash damage; it's for direct target damage. It was actually mid. It was actually med. Oh, medium armor. But the damage is pretty bad for what it is. Absolutely. It's atrocious. It's not just bad. To me, the revolver is unfortunately in like the same. I would put it in the tier. Should I just? God. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Okay. Does this have everyone? Yeah, okay. I'm down here. Okay. Are we going on this path? Yes. Yes, I feel like I have reached max level. I am qualified to talk about this. I have over 100 hours. Okay. Basic assault rifle, A tier. Actually pretty good. It's good. Honestly, it's basic. You know, it's an AR. It's an AR. If you go into the game with the expectation of like you understand like, okay, this doesn't penetrate armor. Our armor is ballistically realistic. Armor is armor. You cannot penetrate it. So for that, you have to use a support weapon for armor penetration. If you are using this, is because you are subscribing to the mindset of like, okay, this is a trash clearer. Anything that is armored, I'm using a support weapon for. This and paired with like the autocannon, perfect combo. You could deal with anything. And then anything that's like incredible, like heavily armored, like a tank. I mean, unless you have like impacts or a recoilless or an EAT, just use a stratagem to kill it. It's fine. A breaker. Breaker used to be like, you know, it's here, okay, it's here, and it's only here because there's better things. There are better options. Hot take. I like this. Big magazine. If you're able to like just mentally compensate for the fact that it's going to handle slower, it's usable. It shoots really fast. It's a fucking, it's an AA-12. It's just an AA-12 with a drum mag. Regardless of what you're shooting. Although, you need to understand, this is a bug-only weapon. I would never bring this to bots. If you are doing this, you are bringing this because you want to clear. You want to destroy a crowd. Basically, you want to fucking get rid of it. But this has no armor pen, so this has the same issue of like, okay, this is just for killing things. Actually, sorry, I meant to put it there. This is just for killing things. Getting rid of high value targets. That is. It is entirely like. Although, hold on, I'm going to mentally restructure how I approach this tier list. Hang on. Okay, how do I... How do I make another row? That's not what I wanted. Oh, here we go. Add a row below. We will make this gray. Oh, wait, no. Fuck, what was this? Green? Ah, shit, I ruined it. Whatever. Actually, I'll make this blue. Sure. And I will label this... Oh, fuck, what did I just do? Not unusable, but just fucking trash. It's trash. It is unfortunate, but there are trash weapons in this game. This is good. Yeah. Same thing with the breaker, or with the spray and pray. Its intended purpose is killing, clearing. Obviously, everything's fucking. They're guns. Obviously, their intended purpose is killing, but I very specifically mean clearing crowds. Okay. Trash. Garbage. Although, I think this like recently just got changed, right? I need to give this another try. But so far from my current impression, trash. Oh wait, the sickle is in here. Or not the sickle. Yeah, the sickle is in here. Yeah, the electric weapons are in here. Ah, shit, hang on. Should I look for another one? Ugh, none of them have it. That's for stratagems. Oh man. That's actually a shame because those there were things I wanted to talk about. Oh well. I'll just add it after. C tier for the laser thing. Right? Yeah. The fact that it can recharge by cooling down is a good is a good little quirk, but honestly, but the reload speed is really fast. My issue with this is that it doesn't do enough damage per tick. The rate of fire for it being a constant beam is actually really slow. I feel like it's like either that or like the damage output is like I would consider it in inferior version to the assault rifle. Because it's like if you're going to point and shoot at something, I feel like it takes longer to kill some things. It's incredibly accurate, which is great. But so is the assault rifle. And I feel like it can kill things faster. Haven't actually used it a lot for bugs, but it's like, why would I bring that for bugs? Mostly if I use the laser weapon on bots. Even then, I felt like the assault rifle was still more like faster on being able to kill things. Best weapon in the game. One of the best weapons in the game. It's not a contest. You can kill heavies with this. Anything that is light or medium is entirely killable. Anything that's past that is on a separate tier of its own of like no primary weapon will ever damage it. So it's like, but you're still in the league of like your primary weapon can do things that a support weapon can, which is kill medium armored things very reliably. And it's good for bugs, I feel. Really good for bugs. Not the best. I think I sometimes bring it for bugs, but I still like it. It's good. It's good shit. I want to like this. I want to like this more. Just because I'm a fan of like I like me a good semi-auto pistol, you know? Good 1911, good fucking good H&K. Good HK-23. Love it. But unfortunately, it's just, yeah. There is no other secondary in the game besides this. Like on a serious standpoint, yeah, like you can use the pistol. It will get the job done, but it's like if you want to be like serious, why would you ever switch off of this? Unless you're like wanting to roleplay a cowboy or just yeah, like there is no like non-aesthetic reason to switch off of the submachine gun. Yeah, there's a very clear hierarchy with the secondaries, and it's very unfortunate. Yeah. No speed loader. No speed loader, and it's like even the bullets that are in the fucking cylinder don't feel like shit. Don't feel like shit. Like this gives me the impression that like this is supposed to fill the role of like the hand cannon in the game, but it's more like a fucking BB gun. Nom 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 nom. Where would I put you? Because I'm gonna be honest, I like this a lot. Medium armor penetration plus the better scope kind of goes like a long way. I would actually consider this a improved version of the assault rifle. Mainly because it's like yeah, its strengths are its long range capabilities, but its weaknesses are its short range capabilities because the burst fire kind of kills you, and the shorter magazine. But for that you have a pocket Uzi, so it's like what does it really matter? Garbage. No reason to use this. Don't do anything. I feel like it's a joke weapon, which is unfortunate. It reminds me of like, if you've ever played Warframe, how some people would classify the weapons in that game to be like, you're either like running like a good weapon, a meta weapon, or anything beneath that like the community considers what's it, MR farm, which is mastery rank farm. Like you only use this to level up your mastery rank. You would never bring this to a serious thing. I feel like that's that. There is that level of category. All right, next weapon. This is extraordinarily good. People sleep on this. To land your shots and you're fine. You can 2-tap. Let me be clear. Let me be absolutely clear though. Don't if you bring this to bugs, you're throwing. Bot only weapon. Bot only weapon. MR farm. I would consider this like garbage. I'm gonna be honest. I like this. I like this a lot. I wish it was better though. Yeah, it not entirely useless. Can get the job done. But other things just do it better. Trust me, I want to like it. It's fun. It's good. I like it. Also the ammo economy is. I mean, it makes sense if you're picking this. Like you're understanding that. Just look at the rate of fire stats, man. It's the high rate of fire weapon. Like the Chris Vector. You're already mentally subscribed to the fact that okay, I'm going to have no ammo. But I shoot very fast. That's just it fucking really eats your ammo. Where do I put this? It's between A and B. I'm gonna be honest, I really don't like this. I don't like this. I know a lot of people like this, but I don't like it. Just personally. It is good. It does do a lot of damage, but like you can't. This is, yeah, it's good. It's good. Don't get me wrong, it's good, but I feel like I could do things. I could do more. I could do more. This thing hits like a truck, and I love it. I just hate the fact that it. No. I. It's a pump action, you know. Yep, that's a pump action. That's a pump action shotgun. I'm glad that for it being a pump action shotgun, it hits like a truck. And I'll be honest, a good pump action just hits aesthetically. This is also one of the best weapons in the game. Although this just got nerfed, I gotta find out what this is like. Yeah, this is really good. Like for bugs and bots. Yeah, okay. Fuck, I gotta add additional images to your tier list. Okay, well, can I? No, that just goes into my fucking files. Hang on. What's that? Cutting edge. Where the fuck is it? Okay. So looking at this, I would put the sickle in S tier. It's really good. It's like really good. It is a superior version to every assault rifle, minus the armor penetration of the this version of the AR. Punisher Plasma, I'm gonna leave that unlisted because I actually haven't used that. Blitzer. Fuck, man. Probably D tier. That rate of fire really kills me, man. And like even yeah, it's D tier. Is it actually? Hold on, wait a minute. Hmm. Yeah, okay. Blitzer, trash. Dagger, I actually haven't used the dagger. I'll be entirely honest. Although that's not true. I've used it like a few times. It feels like trash. It feels like trash. It's half a scythe. Yeah, it's half a scythe, and even then, the scythe really isn't that great. So it's like, why? um, yeah, that's trash tier. So honestly, I would probably put the Punisher Plasma just from impressions in C tier because because its AoE is actually like kind of like it's useful for bugs, although you're not touching anything that's armored though. Um, right? Actually, no, I'd put that shit in D tier. I'm gonna be honest. Yeah, D tier. Okay, so I have rearranged the tiers. This is top. This is I gotta hop off. Hope the stream goes well. But gotta go get some rest. Absolutely, my bat friend. Have a great night. Thank you so much for coming and have a good rest of your have a good rest of your night. What was I gonna say? Oh right. Okay. This is the category of meta. I would label this as meta. This is above average. This is average. This is Night night. No, bye bye. Night night. Have a good night. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. Right? Actually, I'm second guessing myself now. Okay, like these have utility. The point is that makes these higher tiers that they have like there is a utilitarian purpose, that being either knockback for the Punisher or they're like the penetration on this thing and this thing like it being able to kill like a majority of the bots like in 2 shots. Oh, my back. Actually, I would hold on. Yeah, okay, so like these, why would you ever swap off of these? These have a purpose, have a use. However, you need to, it requires adaptation in your playstyle. And if you can compensate for that, they can really shine. These are good. Just good. Nothing bad. Good. Only good. Do I really hate the new Breaker that much? I don't think I do. It's oh, it's really what drags this down is it's like no penetration, no armor penetration. But if you're shooting like, but it's good. It's good. It's good. It's good, but this has no utilitarian purpose. Actually, if that's the case, I would probably put this here because that fire damage is actually like that's a good utility. That is a utility. And it just got buffed too? Fuck me. Yeah, yeah. This is good. This is good though. This is good. Um that definitely still good. Really not that bad, honestly. It's just not like as brain dead as it used to be. Honestly, I would put this here. I like the pistol a lot, okay? Shut up. I like the pistol, I hate the revolver. I was gonna say. What was I going to say? These are not useless. Not useless is about the best thing I have to say about it. Not useless. Good. Pretty, like, they do what they seek out to do very well. And good for them. But there are better things out there. I would say this is an accurate hierarchy. Yeah, okay. And then to Photoshop the rest of this shit on here. Okay. I'm done. Well, thanks for coming to my TED Talk. I need to try the new slugger. Heavy machine gun. The highest fire rate mode reduced from 120 to or 1200 to 950. Really? Exosuit rockets will now penetrate armor only on direct hit. Was that not already the case? Okay. Charges normal melee attacks and do less damage against exosuits. Bile Spewer and Nursing Spewer do less damage with their puke. Shit. Fucking say no more. Bile Titan can no longer be stunned. Fuck. 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 Shrieker, actually, we'll go through it since we're already going through it together. Shriekers will no longer create bug breaches. They could do that? That's fucking good. That's a good fix. Shriekers hitting you while they are dead now does significantly less damage. Okay. I don't know. I kind of found it funny that, like, when they're dive bombing you, and then if you kill them, the momentum of their entire body still, like, smashing into you, being, like, fucking killing you. I don't know. I thought that made sense. But I can see how that. Yeah. Okay. Heavy and medium armor protects you better, and you now take about 10% less damage. Okay, thank God, because I'm gonna be honest. Ever since they fixed the armor, I still feel like fucking armor's the negligible, absolutely negligible. And you take 10% less damage than before while wearing heavy armor, and about 5% less when wearing medium. Actually, wait, these are some small ass numbers. Bump these shits up. Hell no. Because I had made the comment before of, like, unless armor is, like, significantly, like, you like, not significant, but like but like, it's impactful. It is impactful. I don't think it's as impactful as it should be, especially if you're sacrificing such mobility. Bug fixes. You know, I've been really meaning to try the ballistic shield. I've seen gameplay, and it seems very slept on. And that might actually end up, like, increasing my thoughts on the one-handed submachine gun. Cause you know, they go well together. So maybe when I do use it, I'll think it's better, but just still kind of sucks that you have to sacrifice a stratagem to make it, like, more viable. But although theoretically you'd be taking way less damage because there's a whole fucking shield in front of you. This requires experimentation. Still a little peeved about having to sacrifice a stratagem because that's kind of huge. As it is, there's fucking missions where you can't even take 4. You gotta settle for 3 stratagems, and if you're sacrificing 1 just for a fucking ballistic shield, I don't know, man. That ballistic shield better be able to, like, suck you off at the same time. I'm joking, obviously. Relax. I've seen this. I've experienced it. This game might crash when picking up a snowball. This has happened to me a lot of times. It was very unfortunate. All right. We are at 7 hours. Let me see something. Yeah, okay. I think I'm actually I think I'm gonna call it here. And then just like play Helldivers on my own. Just because like the look, I was able to fill the time gap. Resident Evil seems to have memory leaked so hard the game grinded itself to a halt. Oh no! Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Damn, bro. I'm sorry to hear that. And I am, what was I gonna say? Yeah. I think at least I was able to say before it died. Oh, that's perfect. Hell yeah, you could just you just turn it off and turn it back on. It should be good. Sucks that it's got a memory leak though, so runs worse the longer it goes. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna troubleshoot what I can do about the Tomb Raider issue. I don't know. I don't know. One of two things are going to happen. Either I give up the game and then get really sad about it, or I off stream play to where I was in the story and then just continue on a different save. This is if I don't fix it. Obviously I'm gonna try and fix and see what I can fucking do. But there's hopefully a fan patch. I don't know. I'll look into it fucking tomorrow. I'm tired. This is expunged my patience. What was I gonna do? Yeah, okay, I am going to call it. Thank you so much to everybody who joined in. I really appreciate it. This has been an April Fool's stream brought to you by yours truly, the Live Lion, Lou Lion. Meow. 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 Yeah, okay. If next stream isn't Tomb Raider, it'll probably be Helldivers. But I'm determined. Yeah, okay. Thank you so much. I'm gonna play us out, and I'm going to raid. I'm gonna do the one thing I fucking haven't done in a good while, actually. I need to raid more. I just have the issue of, like, I don't know who to raid, you know? Raid. This is going to sound silly, but raiding gives me genuine anxiety. Just because I don't know, like, who... I don't know who's good and who's not. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm a scared skull dog. I try to fit a specific vibe. Yeah, I don't know, man. I've had one raid that failed the vibe check, and I'm just like, oh, yikes. So here's what we're gonna do. If you didn't get your fill of skull dogs this stream because we were a lion, you're about to get a fill on skull dogs fucking right now, because we're raiding the dude himself, the fellow skull dog extraordinaire, Lethragar. He's playing Elden Ring. We were just talking about Elden Ring. I love Elden Ring. Yeah. Send the love. If you're not a fan of Lethragar already, how? I feel like I'm enjoying, like, what? But yeah, very cool skull dog. And he's a cowboy. My favorite, my favorite cowboy streamer. All right. I'm gonna peace out. Bye bye. Goodbye. I love you all. Mwah, 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 mwah. Kisses. I will see you all next time. Goodbye. Goodbye.